right, good morning and welcome to our council meeting. Thank you all for being so patient. I call this meeting to order at 9:09 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson. That's right, absent. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasa.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Next is invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our new council member, Brandon Vang. And will everyone please stand? Today's invocation is by 8th grader Ahmed Abd Elma. He will do the best job of pronouncing his name. I apologize for that. From Valley Crescent School.
Ready, salute.
Sorry. Prayer first. I'm sorry. Prayer first. Apologize.
I'm sorry.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I come from Valley Crescent School, and I'm going to read some verses from the Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله فاطر السماوات والأرض جاعل الملائكة رسلا أولي أجنحة مثنى وثلاث ورباع يزيد في الخلق ما يشاء إن الله على كل شيء قدير ما يفتح الله للناس من رحمة فلا ممسك لها وما يمسك فلا مرسل له من بعده وهو العزيز الحكيم يا أيها الناس اذكروا نعمة الله عليكم هل من خالق غير الله يرزقكم من السماء والأرض لا إله إلا هو فأنا تؤفكون وإن يكذبوك فقد كذبت رسل من قبلك وإلى الله ترجع الأمور يا أيها الناس إن وعد الله حق فلا تغرنكم الحياة الدنيا ولا يغرنكم بالله الغرور In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise is due to God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, and who made the angels messengers having wings, 2, 3, or 4. He increases in creation what He wills, and indeed Allah is over all things competent. Whatever God grants to people of mercy, no one can withhold it. And whatever He withholds, no one can release it thereafter. And He is exalted in might, the wise. O mankind, remember the favor of God upon you. Is there any creator upon God who provides for you from the heaven and earth? There is no deity except Him, so how are you deluded? And if they deny you, O prophets, already there were messengers denied before you. And to God returns all the matters. O mankind, indeed the promise of Allah is truth, so don't let the worldly life delude you, and do not be deceived about God by Satan. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
And now, ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from our agenda?
Yes, we do have a few announcements today. First, I would like to announce that we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, and we also have in-house Spanish translators, and they will let the audience know the services they can provide.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Hael, and my colleague Jasmine is towards the back of our auditorium today. We are from Focus Interpreting, and we are your in-house Spanish interpreters today. If you are in need of Spanish interpretation, we have headsets available. We're more than happy to help you. Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Hael, mi colega Jasmine se encuentra al fondo del auditorio el día de hoy. Nosotros somos sus intérpretes de español de parte de Focus Interpreting, así que si usted está en necesidad de una interpretación en español, por favor, nos puede encontrar al fondo del auditorio. Tenemos unos audífonos disponibles para ustedes y con mucho gusto les ayudaremos el día de hoy. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. And as for announcements, we will be adjourning today's meeting in honor of Diana Poschel, who passed away on Monday, April 21st. The 10 o'clock a.m. item 4A, ID 25-486, regarding the presentation by Daly Elementary School third graders, Cultural Preservation and Community. Councilmember Arias is not a sponsor for this item. And also, this item will no longer be heard at 10 o'clock a.m. It will be heard sooner than that for the kids, as it is not an action item. We will be making that exception to accommodate the children today. Items removed from the agenda. First, we have the 9:15 a.m. item. That is file ID 25-519. The hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of the public street easement on southwest side of Golden State Boulevard. That item is being continued to May 1st, 2025 at 9:15 a.m. by Vice President Arias. We also have the 5:35 p.m. item. That is file ID 25-373 regarding consideration of plan amendment application P23-03006 and related environmental assessment. At the request of the applicant, the Planning and Development Department is continuing this item to May 22nd, 2025 at 5:35 p.m. Also, we have consent calendar item 2B as in boy, that is file ID 25-492, regarding a consultant services agreement with Covino Smith and Simon for professional lobbying and consultancy services. This item is being tabled to May 1st, 2025 by Vice President Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 2S, that is file ID 25-584, actions pertaining to a bill for adoption amending the citywide development code relating to tobacco and vapor sales, smoke shops, and definitions. That item is being continued to, this item is being removed from the agenda by Council President Carbasi. Then we have consent calendar item 2T, that is file ID 25-587, regarding confirming qualified businesses may continue to avail themselves of privileges afforded by the State of California COVID-19 temporary catering authorization. That is being removed from the agenda by Council President Arias. Sorry, Council President Carbasi. Getting ahead of myself here. And items moved to the contested consent for further discussion. We have consent calendar item 2N, as in Nancy, file ID 25-522. This is regarding the 2024 National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative grant program, and that is being moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. And then we have consent calendar item 2U, that is file ID 25-589, the resolution opposing Assembly Bill 942, Standing United Against Unfair Tariffs. That has been moved to contested consent by Council President Carbasi. I have no further changes.
Okay, and just to clarify, and thank you, City Clerk, the items 2S and 2T, I am removing those at the request of Councilmember Richardson, who unfortunately cannot be with us today, and he will miss the next meeting as well, as he is on military service.
Thank you.
So, council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from the consent for discussion? We'll start with Councilmember Perea.
Council President, none, but there are a couple items I would like to keep on the agenda. Would you like me to make those motions now or later?
Let's go ahead and do it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to.
Or do you want to hear from the colleagues first? Okay, let's do that. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to you. Council Member Maxwell. Okay. Council Member Vang.
None.
Okay. Council Member Esparza. None. Council Vice President.
No further changes. I do want to keep items on the agenda, though.
Okay.
You
So
let me
then
know when you're ready.
we'll come back to you. Let's start with Councilmember. Oh, and I myself have nothing else other than the ones that are already been announced. I also want to add that we'll also be adjourning in memory of Pope Francis as well. So, okay, we'll go back to Councilmember Perea. You have the floor.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to keep items 2S and 2T on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Those are the same concerns you had, Council Vice President?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would recommend taking votes separately on those.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take the first vote on whether we're going to put, let's do the first one about putting the items back on the agenda, and then we'll approve the whole agenda itself. Yep? Okay. So first motion will be on the floor to keep items 2S and 2T that were removed from the agenda and put them back on the agenda under consent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. Discussion among council members? The only argument I'm going to make is it's really unfortunate. We've looked into this as a city. Our city attorney's looked into it. So Councilmember Richardson feels very passionately about these items. He is serving our country. He is the only veteran we have on the council. Unfortunately, there really is no mechanism for him to participate remotely from North Africa. The state doesn't allow that with our open meeting laws. It's really sad. I hope we can change that someday. But he does feel very strongly about these items, and I think it's a real disservice that we can't hear these items, regardless of their outcome, and not give him that chance to represent the thousands and thousands of constituents he has in his district. Yes.
I'll support putting 2S back on the agenda, but I'd like to continue it if it prevails to go. I'd like to pull it for contested consent if it prevails to go back on the agenda.
Okay. Would the sponsors accept an amendment to have 2S if contested?
I could pull it regardless. I'm just.
Oh, it's true. You're right.
I'll take the vote.
Okay, what we'll do is we're actually just going to, because any council member can always move it to contested. You're good with that? Okay. All right. Okay, so Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. No, I appreciate you giving our colleague a hand who always overseas serving our country. And I just want to say for the record that the sponsors on 2S, in terms of bringing that item back, it had nothing to do with the absence of our District 6 representative. Something we'd had in the works for several weeks, and I personally did not know that we were going to lose a member for 2 or 3 meetings until the last meeting day that we had. So this has everything to do with wanting to advance good public policy and nothing to do with the makeup of the council. In fact, I would say if we still had only 6 seated members and he was missing and we brought it back, that might be a little more pronounced, but we do have a full council now. And I think the members had an opportunity to provide input on it. I think the public knows where he stands and his ideas around it. But at this point, I'd like to move forward. So just wanted to put that on the record. The co-sponsors did not do this, with respect to the absence, which we did not really know about till later on.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
that. And Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to point out a couple of things for the record. One is that we debate this item when there were 6 council members only in the council, and there was no hesitation for us to debate any policy items when there was 1 missing member from Southeast Fresno. Secondly, the council member Nick Richardson did fully participate in the 3-hour debate that we had on this item in the last meeting, so all his comments, all his concerns, all his suggestions are part of the official record as we debate this item further today. So he has been part of the process. He's been able to participate in this public debate in the last council meeting. So that's all. Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, though, we did debate it because there was a vacancy. There actually wasn't a council member for District 5, but we're glad to have a full council now, and it wasn't about someone being on military service. Okay, there being no further comments, So the motion is to move 2S to contested consent and then move 2T back to the consent calendar.
And if we could take those as separate votes, one for 2S and one for 2T.
So to move 2S to contested consent, any opposition? There being none, that's 6-0. 2T back to the consent calendar, any opposition? There being none, that's 6-0 as well. Will there be a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
Second.
Moved by Council Vice President, second by Council Member Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the agenda is passed 6-0. All right, now we're going to move on to ceremonial presentations. The first is going to be for Fair Housing Month, and the sponsors are myself and Councilmember Esparza. So if we can have the folks come on up, we'll get started.
Good morning.
They'll turn around. I'll give you these when that comes up. Sorry, it's not on yet. And then they'll have you face the audience. You'll face the audience.
We're gonna turn around.
Okay. Do you want to?
Sure. Yeah. We'll pass it around.
Do this, do it. Yeah.
Are you guys the only folks here? No. Why don't you let them know? Good morning. All right, here to kick off our proclamations, first one of the day. I invited up our friends from the Fresno Association of Realtors to join us. We'll be presenting the proclamation for Fair Housing Month to them this morning. First off, I want to thank our friends at the Realtors for being consistent and proactive when it comes to making sure that we get this item on the agenda every single year. There's always a lot of different kind of things to celebrate and items on the agenda, and we do rely on folks like yourselves to continue pushing us to be better and to recognize, give recognition to Fair Housing Month. And so I want to thank you for being here and for being champions of fair housing, as you are the primary facilitators of housing within our community. And so it's really a privilege to come together today to recommit to the foundational promise of that everyone, regardless of their race, background, or ability, deserves an equal chance to call a place home, and particularly here within Fresno. So. I'm co-sponsoring this item with the council president, Carbasi. We're proud to stand side by side and continuing to advance the message of fair housing. I know this is something that we think of as kind of an issue of the past, but as time goes on, you have to redouble efforts, recommit efforts to ensure that we continue the promises made in the federal legislation. So again, we appreciate each and every one of you for being part of that in your day-to-day actions as realtors here in our community. I'm going to pass it off to our council president.
Thank you, Council Member. Yeah, today at 10 a.m. we're actually going to go out there and we're going to raise the Armenian flag. And I'll tell you why it's significant when it comes to fair housing. Housing discrimination has existed historically in all corners of the city, including Northwest Fresno. And there was a time where you were redlined if you were Armenian, among many other things. You could not buy a home. And it's unbelievable that existed. If you look at the old deeds and documents, it actually shows that. And fortunately, the Supreme Court of California removed that. And it's because of the advocacy of realtors that want to ensure everyone that has the ability, that works hard, that wants that American dream can celebrate that. And that's why you have realtors today that are champions. Because I remember the first time I got my key to a home, it was an empowering feeling. And if my realtor wasn't as happy as I was, I don't know. But I mean, they were so excited for me. And they do this all the time. So thank you for being a champion and an advocate and for supporting the Fair Housing Act and making sure it stays alive. Thank you. I'll pass it off to Joe.
Here you go, you're first, I think. Here, I'll hold that.
Yes.
So good morning, and thank you, Fresno City Council, for recognizing the importance of fair housing today. Fair housing laws and practices are designed to promote equitable home ownership opportunities among all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, country of origin, religion, gender, disability, sexual orientation, marital status, veteran status, and family status. Fair housing laws and practices also exist to remedy historical discrimination practices that continue to negatively impact marginalized groups in the United States, in California, and in Fresno. The Fresno Association of Realtors is committed to promoting fair housing and advocating for home ownership throughout Fresno and the surrounding region. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joe Haydock, and along with Sonia White, we are co-chairs of the Fresno Association of Realtors Fair Housing and Diversity Committee. This year, the Fresno Association of Realtors Fair Housing and Diversity Committee is working with local organizations to train 25 Fresno fair housing advocates. These advocates are learning about the local causes of housing discrimination and the consequences of those discriminatory policies and practices. In fact, as soon as we're done with this proclamation, Sonia and I are heading over to the Fresno Association of Realtors office along with some others for a Facing Fresno training that is provided by Central Valley Community Foundation. We're also learning about local responses to, with an advanced knowledge of fair housing rules and practices, our Fresno fair housing advocates will celebrate the diverse communities of Fresno and will advocate for fair housing practices as we work together to create a community of homeowners in fulfillment of the American promise and the American dream. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's our pleasure to present the proclamation for the Fair Housing Act month here in the city of Fresno to the Fresno Association of Realtors. Give them a round of applause for their work. Thank you. Clerk, would you please read the proclamation while we take a few photos? Thank you.
Certainly. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas the City of Fresno is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair housing and equal housing opportunities for all. And whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. And whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby declare the month of April 2025 as a Fair Housing Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you so much. Our next proclamation is going to be American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. The sponsors are the Mayor, City Manager, Vice President Arias, and Councilmember Maxwell.
Everybody, definitely on now. One of the things that makes the city of Fresno so special and so unique is our diversity in the city of Fresno. For folks that don't know, city of Fresno is the 9th most diverse city in the entire United States of America. And that's something that we take very seriously. And a large part of that diversity is our Muslim American community here in the city of Fresno. They contribute so much to our community, to our economy, to our culture, everything from politics to housing, to educators, to doctors, farm workers, interns here at City Hall, our student body presidents. They have contributed so much to what makes us a special city. And today is just for us to take an opportunity to show our appreciation and recognition for all the great folks standing here behind us, but honestly, everybody in the community that gives back so much each and every single day. I know most of you up here, and I know some of the great contributions that you have given the city of Fresno, and today is just our way of saying thank you for everything. We appreciate you, we love you, and we thank you for calling Fresno home. Thank you. And pass it over to Councilmember Arias to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. As he indicated, one of the things that's great about this job, besides sometimes being in public rooms where people are blaming you for everything that's not working in the city, one of the good things that is working is the strength of our diversity. And it is my hope that we as a city continue to use our platform to ensure that everybody knows that there's folks in this room that are engineers, they're educators, they're doctors, they're business leaders, they're community leaders, and they do amazing work, but more importantly, they're part of our Fresno family, and they're a critical, integral part of the fabric of our community. And I know we all go through some difficult times internationally with all the conflicts and the wars that are breaking out, and it's sometimes too easy for us to say that doesn't impact us, but the fact is it does. It impacts our friends, our neighbors, our colleagues, and our family members. And I just want to point out to the Muslim community, you've been through a very tough couple of years. You've continued to remain, with a lot of integrity, courage, and strength, and you continue to represent the rest of your community, especially your religious faith, so well to everyone else. And I thank you for that, and I also hope things get better for all of us in the next couple of years. With that, let me turn over to a couple of the speakers.
Hi, my name is Manal Samaha. I'm a local business owner and a faculty member at Fresno State, and I'm honored to accept this on behalf of the Muslim community, many of whom are here with me up here today. I want to thank Council Member Arias and Maxwell for your sponsorship and for your support of the Muslim American community here in Fresno, and to all of the council members also. Appreciation to Haneen, who is next to me. She is the program coordinator at CARE. CARE is the Council on American Islamic Relations, and she is the she's a program coordinator who kind of worked to get this all together. CARE, a little more about CARE. CARE provides legal services for immigration and civil rights, focuses on policy advocacy, community organizing, and promoting just policies for all communities. This resolution recognizes the vibrant and diverse Muslim community in Fresno, their contributions as business owners, community leaders, and change makers. Also joining us today are our future leaders, Rowan, the Fresno State ASI Senator, and Kamla, the ASI President at Fresno State. We appreciate their hard work, contributions, and work with the Fresno State student body. Thank you all for coming today, and thank you for all of your support.
Very quickly, on behalf of the mayor, he was held up at an event before this, and so he's very sorry that he couldn't be here. And I think I echo what the council members have said, and as you know, he talks a lot about One Fresno, and that means all aspects of our community, and certainly the Muslim American community is part of the One Fresno vision. So thank you very much for all that you do for our community.
Anybody else want to say a couple of words before we hand it over to the clerk? Any other speakers? All right, City Clerk, if you could please read the proclamation into the record.
Certainly. Whereas the city of Fresno proudly recognizes its thriving and diverse American Muslim community, whose rich heritage and contributions have helped shape the city's cultural, social, economic, and civic identity. And whereas American Muslims in Fresno contribute meaningfully across numerous fields, including healthcare, education, business, technology, and public service, strengthening the well-being of our community. And whereas Fresno is home to several respected Islamic institutions, including Maideen Islamic Center, Masjid Badir, Masjid Al-Aqba, Masjid Fresno, and the Islamic Foundation of Clovis and Fresno, which will serve not only as places of worship, but also hubs of education, service, community engagement, and interfaith collaboration. And whereas American Muslims in Fresno have established themselves as leaders and contributors in a variety of sectors such as healthcare, education, public service, business, and technology, serving as doctors, educators, nonprofit leaders, small business owners, and innovators through endeavors such as Alchemist Coffee Lab, Olive Tree, Fresno Collect Coffee, Petals, Kebab City, Golden Grill, Dhabi Jewelers, and Sabaya Hut, as well as student-led group organizations at Fresno State, including Students for Palestinian Liberation and the Muslim Student Association. Whereas Fresno's Muslim community has long stood at the forefront of civil rights and social justice movements, standing in solidarity and working with other marginalized communities to promote and uplift the core values of equity, dignity, and compassion for all. Whereas American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month provides an important opportunity to recognize and honor the spiritual, cultural, and civic contributions of our Muslim neighbors, to amplify their voices while promoting mutual understanding, respect, and unity among all communities. And whereas the city of Fresno unequivocally condemns Islamophobia, anti-Muslim hate, and all forms of bigotry and prejudice, and reaffirms its unwavering commitment to fostering a city where every resident, regardless of faith, heritage, or identity, is safe, seen, and respected. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 to be American Muslim Appreciation Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Okay, thank you all. Our next item is going to be a proclamation for Autism Awareness Month, and the sponsor is Councilmember Perea.
Good morning. Good morning. Can I have the folks from Easter Seals join me up here today? This is for the proclamation recognizing Autism Awareness Month. Looks like we have a couple families coming down as well, so we'll give folks a little bit of time to get down here. So the reason we recognize Autism Awareness Month is to really extend the importance of understanding and acceptance. And how are you? Hello. Thank you for being here. Hi. 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 Thank you for being here. Autism is not a limitation. It's just an expression of how people see the world a little differently. And so I had the opportunity recently to recognize Easter Seals as a business. Hi, hello. As one of my District 1 businesses of the month. And so I had the opportunity to go to their facility and learn more about the services they offer to members of our community and to their families too. And so I'm going to pass it over to Erica to give us more information about Easter Seals and the services you provide to our community. Hello, how are you? Hi. Want to say hi? Hi. Good job. Here, Erica. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councilmember Perea. Well, I'm really pleased to be here. Hi. Are we going to share? Hi. Good job. April holds a special significance for us at Easter Seals. It marks the 77th anniversary of our work here in Fresno and across Central California. And it also marks Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. The acceptance portion is really important. We fully embrace the differences that all of our clients with autism and all disabilities come to us with. I'm deeply grateful to Councilmember Perea and her team for preparing this proclamation and recognizing the importance of our work. It's truly an honor to accept this on behalf of all of Easter Seals, but the real credit belongs to my colleagues beside me, from our board members, Dr. and Ruth Hutchison, to our staff members, and probably more importantly, the parents, grandparents, siblings, caregivers, the list goes on, of all the families that we serve. They're the real heroes. Their advocacy, dedication, and love are what drive our work forward. Thank you again for this recognition. Feel free to applause for Lucas there. He always steals the show. Yeah. There we go. And thank you for standing with us on behalf of autism and all disabilities today.
Thank you, Erica. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Happily. Whereas Autism Awareness Month, observed nationally each April, offers an opportunity to raise understanding, foster inclusion, and celebrate the unique strengths and perspectives of people with autism. And whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a complex developmental condition that affects how individuals communicate, learn, and interact with each other. 1 in 31 children in the United States diagnosed, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC 2020. And whereas in Fresno County, the prevalence of autism is 13.5 per 1,000 children, highlighting the importance of local awareness, early diagnosis, and access to support services for individuals on the spectrum and their families. And whereas Easter Seals Central California has served as a vital resource for families across Central California, providing high-quality services and advocacy for children and adults with autism and other disabilities for over 75 years. And whereas through its dedicated staff and inclusive programming, Easter Seals Central California empowers individuals with autism to reach their full potential by promoting independence, inclusion, and belonging in every facet of community life. And whereas we are proud to recognize organizations like Easter Seals Central California for their commitment to building a more equitable and compassionate society where all individuals, regardless of ability, are celebrated and supported. And whereas individuals with autism contribute in countless unique ways to the cultural, educational, and economic fabric of our city, and it is essential to promote public awareness that fosters acceptance, breaks down stigmas, and ensures access to opportunities for every person on the spectrum. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 to be Autism Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Perea. The next proclamation will be for Sikh Heritage Month, which is also sponsored by the Councilmember.
All right, can I have the Sikh Women's Organization of Central California join me, please? And while they come up here, I will start by saying that I've had the pleasure of going to the Fresno Sikh Temple and the Selma Sikh Temple recently. And I go to a lot of places, but nowhere do I ever feel more welcomed than with the Sikh community. And so I'm very appreciative for your support and for being so welcoming to me and my family when we come and visit you all. But I also had the pleasure of participating in the celebration of Vaisakhi, which is I think we mark the start of the farming, the harvest season, the birth of Khalsa. But really, we celebrate the coming together. And there's no better reason to come together than to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who historically are facing some hard times. And I think it was Councilmember Maxwell that said that Fresno is the 9th most diverse city in the USA. And so it's my pleasure to be here today and stand with all of you to recognize Sikh Heritage Month. JR, do you want to come up here too? All right, but I do want to pass it on to Amandeep just to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Annalisa Perea. My name is Amandeep. I'm the president of the Sikh Women's Organization of Central California. I want to thank Councilmember Perea for recognizing us, and to the entire City Council, to Mayor Jerry Dyer for recognizing Sikh Heritage Month. We are a community that has actually been around for quite a long time, almost maybe 100 years in this specific area, over 100 in California. And it is an honor to accept the proclamation for Sikh Heritage Month. I just want to tell you a little bit about the Sikh Women's Organization. And first, I should start by saying our Sikh faith teaches us about the oneness of all humanity. It teaches us that we are all equal across all lines, race, gender, class, national origin, religion, whatever it may be, that we are all the product of one creator. And so seva and community service, public service, is a big part of our Sikh faith. That is something that our community as a whole focuses on, whether it's serving within our community or our mainstream community. The Sikh Women's Organization of Central California, we were established in order to empower and educate women and girls, and we started with two of our wonderful community leaders who we call, affectionately call aunties, and they set us on this path with the Sikh Women's Organization to especially empower women and girls, because it is important for us to also take leadership roles in our community and also be out front to model for other young people, both women and girls, that women can be leaders too. And so that's part of our effort. But we do many projects to educate our community and empower with education about things like social ills that we don't often talk about in our community, that maybe have stigma associated with them. So we have started at the Sikh Institute of Fresno, which is one of the gurdwaras in Fresno, our place of worship, mental health seminars that we've been doing for the last couple years, and that's a new thing. We're the only gurdwara in the area to do that. We have a Fresno State professor who helps us with that, and we also do a lot of service within our community for women and children facing hardships, things like domestic violence or other things that maybe we don't talk about enough. And one of the things we're doing this week, the final thing I'll tell you about, is awarding scholarships, and those are available to all high school seniors, and it's based on merit and financial need. So we have a maximum family income of $80,000, but it's open to all Fresno County high school seniors, and our committee will be meeting this week to award those, and we award $8,000 of scholarships. We've been doing that for the last 3 years. This will be our 4th year, and so we're very proud of that, and just very proud to be a part of what I learned today is Fresno's, or the United States' ninth most diverse city, and we are proud as a Sikh community to be one of those immigrant communities that makes up this great city, and knowing that we're all brothers and sisters here fighting for our American dream together.
Thank you very much. So with this proclamation, we will be declaring the month of April 2025 as Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Fresno. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Happily. Whereas Sikh have been living in the United States for more than 100 years. Sikhism is the world's 5th largest religion with more than 30 million adherents worldwide and an estimated 500,000 Sikh Americans. The Sikh community is important to California's diversity, with more than 25% of Sikh Americans living in the greatest state of California. And whereas Fresno has become a cultural center for Sikhism with a large and vibrant community, the 2020 U.S. Census put the Sikh population in Fresno County at approximately 70,000. Members of the Sikh community have contributed greatly to our community in diverse sectors, including business, education, medicine, and health. And whereas members of the Sikh faith have established several organizations that serve the Fresno community, including the Sikh Women's Organization of Central California, the Jakara Movement, and the Sikh Institute Fresno, among others. These organizations expand access to essential services such as healthcare, rental assistance, and food distributions, meeting critical needs and helping build a more inclusive and resilient community. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 556th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak, and the founder of Sikhism and the first of 10 Sikh gurus. Sikhs across the world commemorate this important occasion, known as Guru Nanak's Gurpurab, as a time of reflection and celebration. Sikhs also honor Vaishakhi on April 14th, a historically significant day marking the birth of Khalsa and affirming the Sikh commitment to equality and community service. And whereas Sikh Americans distinguish themselves by fostering respect among all people, guided by the three key pillars of Sikhism, Kirat Karani, honest living, Van Chakna, sharing with others, and Nam Japna, remembrance of God. These core principles are not only central to their faith, but also clearly reflected in the impactful work they do within the community. Whether through health care access, rental assistance, or combating food insecurity, their service embodies these values, strengthening the social fabric of Fresno. And whereas the city of Fresno reaffirms its commitment to honoring diversity and inclusivity by recognizing the enduring contributions, history, and values of Sikh Americans, in doing so, we deepen our shared understanding and promote unity among all residents in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 to be Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Fresno.
Great work, Councilmember. Thank you so much for those two great proclamations. Before we break, we're going to do something a little bit different. So today we have morning proclamations, and we'll have someone not pay PG&E? Lights are going out. Morning proclamations and the afternoon proclamations when we come back from lunch. We are going to break at 10 o'clock because we will be doing the flag raising for the Armenian genocide. Though before we do that, I am going to make a request to reconsider our agenda because there is one item I'd like us to reconsider. I can't, unfortunately, because of our rules, go into detail of what the item is, but I can make the request of the council and see if someone will second my motion and if we can take a vote on that. So my motion is to reconsider the agenda. I can't say what item, I'm not allowed to.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. So this is to reconsider the agenda, and there'll be a separate vote on the item I actually like to bring back. Is there any opposition to that? There being none, that motion passes 6-0. The request is to move 2B, which was removed from the agenda, to contested consent so it can be discussed today. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, that's been motioned by myself and seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? Okay, so 2B will be heard at contested consent. Thank you, Council Vice President, for that, and Councilmember Perea. And what we're going to do is we are now going to break. I'm going to say we'll come back at 10:20. It may be a little bit later than that, but I just want to put a time there so the public can know we won't be back before 10:20, and we're going to break. And anyone that wants to join us outside for the Armenian flag raising to commemorate the Armenian genocide. Thank you very much.
Council President, just one point of order. I'm getting questions on the item that was moved, the 9:15 item, on the rezone. That was tabled to what date? By the administration, is it May 1st?
What was there a date?
I'm sorry, did you say the 9:15?
No, I'm sorry, the rezone on Elm.
5:35 to May 22nd at 5:35.
And would that be renoticed to the neighbors?
It was at the request of the applicant.
Correct, but my question is, will the city renotice the neighbors that there's a new time and date for the meeting?
It will not be a renoticing.
Is there anything that keeps us from doing that?
Do we usually do that?
We don't. When an item is continued, an attorney can, sorry, this thing is right in my line of sight. When an item is continued to another time, it does not require us to public notice. We generally do not re-notice to the public. I can make sure, I know Pastor Lewis is here. I did give him a heads up, and we can try and get word out to the residents.
Can we just have the planning director renotice so that we don't get, blamed May 22nd that we didn't tell anybody the new date?
If I can interject here, I think it's a good request, but I will say this. I requested the same thing and was denied when it came to the apartments in my district, and it was really upsetting. No, they wouldn't. They sent emails to people that requested them, but they wouldn't renotice. So I think we need to treat everyone the same here. We can't provide preferential treatment.
I'm happy to try and get word out short of a renotice, which is a legal process, and do the best we can to get the word out that way, and would welcome your assistance with that, council member, as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Council President. That's my only inquiry.
All right, so we are breaking. We'll be back at 10:20 or later. Thank you very much. And anyone, please feel free to join us outside for the flag raising. And we will give it to Councilmember Perea.
All right. Well, thank you, Daly Elementary third graders, for being here today. We have probably close to 70 now designated council members for the day. As you'll see, they're all wearing their council member badges. We're going to have two speakers today on behalf of your third grade class who are going to talk to us about culture preservation and community. And so I sincerely thank you all for being here. And I'd like to invite up Yosemite Pano and Liam Alvarez. You'll have a few minutes to come up here and teach us all what you would like us to hear about cultural preservation and community.
Dear City Council members, I think we need more food fairs in Fresno. If more people in the community take part in these food fairs, it will help Fresno preserve our culture. After this, people would be proud of showing their culture to others and would want to do more food fairs in the future to keep their culture alive. Food fairs are something anybody can do, even if you do or do not know how to cook. This is important to me and others because different cultures can experience it. It also gives people opportunities to learn about others' cultures. It gives many young adults an opportunity to learn more about their culture. There are many good things that come from food fairs, but if we don't do food fairs, bad things can happen. Some of those bad things are cultures can die out and discrimination can come up again. One way we can make food fairs come up more is to spread the word. We can make flyers to persuade the people who read the flyers to come to food fairs. This project is easy and doesn't cost a lot of money to set up. All we need to do is close a parking lot in downtown Fresno and set up tents for the people who will cook. The people who will cook can bring their own food, tools to cook. This is something we can do every year. In conclusion, I think keeping culture alive is good for the community. It helps many people get along with someone from another country. Anybody from any country can come take part in a food fair. Culture is a very precious thing, and we need to keep all cultures from any country safe and preserved. Sincerely, Liam.
Dear City Council members, how is Fresno representing the different cultures that made our community? Well, I believe that we should build a cultural museum that showcases all the different cultures that made Fresno. We should make this museum because it tells people the different types of cultures that shape Fresno. Also, people could learn to accept each other's differences because they will see what they did to help make Fresno. As you can see, adding a cultural museum will make Fresno a much healthier place for people. We should make a cultural museum because different people will learn what made Fresno. Also, people can learn about the past and that can help them in the future. Then people could also donate more money to more things for the community because they will see what the different cultures did for us. Lastly, people will be more open to each other because they'll see all the awesome things that the different cultures did to help our community. We should build a cultural museum because people will be more open, people will learn about each other's cultures, and they will hopefully try to donate more than they already do. Building a cultural museum would help people learn about the different things that different people brought to Fresno. Also, it can be very healthy for people to know the different things that were brought to Fresno instead of thinking that everything came from one place. Then people could also try new foods, and that can be them being more open to the world. Lastly, people try to be more open to each other. For example, they will want to be friends with people, or people will respect the differences from each other. As you can see, adding a cultural museum will have people connect with each other more often. In the cultural museum, it could have small stalls that showcase the different cultures that made up our community. The cultural museum wouldn't have to be big because there will be stalls instead of a room for each culture, so it'll cost less money. Also, instead of showing one way a culture is, they could have a small stage so every day different people can showcase their culture and how they celebrate it. Then people could also bring food or snacks or any tokens from their culture so people could try them out or observe it. The Cultural Museum wouldn't cost too much, and there could be many things that can make the museum an amazing place for people to showcase their culture. We should add a cultural museum for many reasons, such as how people will be more open to each other. In my opinion, we should make a cultural museum because it will be very healthy for our community. The cultural museum wouldn't cost much, and people think it's a really cool place to go because people will be able to showcase their culture in many ways. Thank you for considering my opinion. Sincerely, Yosemite.
All right, wonderful. Thanks again to the two of you. Your words were very inspiring. They're very creative, very thoughtful. And I want to thank the other 65, 66 kids out there for being here in solidarity to support your classmates. And so the council members up here, we are the ones that make a lot of really big, important decisions. And so you just had the opportunity to talk directly to 6 of us today about how you're going to change the community and make it a better place to live. So thank you very much for being here, Daly Elementary 3rd graders, and you are welcome back anytime, okay? All right, remember, you're council members for the day, so go out and make a lot of good decisions, all right? Thank you guys for being here.
Well, I think that about made our day, Councilmember Perea. Thank you for doing that. So there was a little bit of a change that we weren't informed about. The flag raising, the Armenian flag, was actually supposed to be at 10:30, and we just found out. They sent the news all the way from Armenia, so we didn't know. But we're going to break now, so I will say we'll come back at 10:45, but again, it may be later. So we will come back and resume regular business. So again, anyone wants to join us for the flag raising, please do head on outside. And thank you, council members, for your patience. And thank you to the Daly Elementary kids for being here. Good job. Being patient, the flag raising took a little bit longer than expected. We are resuming the meeting at 11:21, and we are going to continue our agenda with council member reports and comments. We're going to start with District 1, Councilmember Perea. Floor is yours. Yep, we will come back. Next, we will have Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick updates. I want to thank everybody who came out on Monday morning. Every year, my office plants several hundred trees in our district alone. I represent Central Fresno. If you were to look at an aerial map of the city of Fresno, there are some parts of the city that are very flush with trees and mature landscaping. There are some parts of our city that lack trees. Sometimes some neighborhoods don't have any trees whatsoever. Drought after drought, they've died, they've decayed, they've never been replaced. And for somebody that represents Central Fresno, that's a big deal. I want the people who live in Central Fresno to feel pride, just like anybody who lives in a different part of town. The people who have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to do business in Central Fresno deserve to have as good of landscaping as anywhere else. And so this year we focused on Barstow Avenue, just north of Fresno State. I was fortunate enough to have Mayor Dyer, President Saul Jimenez Sandoval with Fresno State, as well as a couple of dozen of our Fresno State football players. And we planted 162 trees along the Barstow Avenue. So I just want to thank everybody who came out that day and pitched in a little bit to beautify Central Fresno. And then I also want to thank everybody who came out yesterday, including Director Thompson, our aviation's director, as well as everybody else. Yesterday we had the privilege of unveiling our new security checkpoint at the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. We are gearing up to unveil our second terminal later this year, which will allow more international and domestic flights in and out of Fresno. To do that, we need to make sure that we're accommodating the flow of traffic in and out of the airport, and so we're going to be doubling our TSA lines. We're going to be going from 3 to 6. That's going to get people in and out of the airport more quickly without compromising on security or convenience. So thank you to everybody who came out yesterday and who made that possible. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks, Council President.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Moving on, Councilmember Vang, District 5.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Just a few comments to make. Yesterday, my office was honored to sponsor Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development's luncheon, and yesterday they actually honored a few trailblazers, and one of those who I wanted to mention is Chief of the Southeast Division, Joe Alvarez, was amongst a few members that this organization honored as a trailblazer in Southeast Fresno. And on that note, I had the first opportunity of my tenure here to attend the City of Fresno Police Department swearing ceremony, a promotional ceremony a few days ago at Valdez Hall. And in total, there were 35 city employees who were either hired or promoted, including 15 police officer recruits. And so this was my first, and I'm sure it's not my last event similar to this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, Councilmember Esparza.
Thanks, Council Presidents. This past week, I had the opportunity to witness a major moment of transformation in our city. We went over Blackstone and Dakota, and we demoed the former Smuggler's restaurants. So if you go by Blackstone and Dakota, you'll see some of the mess there. But in its place, we're going to have a new development called the Dakota, which will be 114 affordable housing units. When it's all said and done, it's going to serve families, it's going to serve veterans and neighbors in need of quality and stable housing. So I want to thank Upholdings, RH Community Builders, and all of our partners who have made this project possible. This is the kind of investment that's going to continue to transform our community and continue to build a stronger, inclusive Blackstone and Fresno altogether. So more action along the Blackstone corridor. Additionally, happy to say that paving season is officially underway. Joined the mayor and my council colleague, Councilmember Maxwell, over in District 7 on McKinley Avenue last week to kick off the first of many infrastructure projects rolling out across the city, including that repaving of McKinley leading into the airport. So there will be a lot of these projects you see. I mean, and as the mayor will probably explain, we do a lot of these projects during the warm months. So I ask residents to be patient with us. All of you ask us to invest in our infrastructure, and we're doing that. And I know it's frustrating sometimes with the detours and traffic delays and such, but it's temporary in order to maintain our neighborhoods. So yeah, it's paving season. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. As part of Telecommunications Week, I also had the privilege last week of visiting our dispatch center here in Fresno and getting to connect with some of the professionals who are the first voice that you hear in an emergency. It's great to see the work that they're doing, their calm and focus and dedication to public safety that they're exhibiting every day when folks call dispatch. So thank you to those particular city employees for their ongoing partnership and work on behalf of all residents. And lastly, this weekend, we're joining together once again for the Great American Cleanup. Big thank you to Beautify Fresno and the administration for their continued leadership in this effort. We're excited to share that in District 7, we'll be hosting 2 cleanup sites this year, both at Webster Elementary School and Leavenworth, this Saturday from 9 to 11. So it's really a short period. It's great to see all the volunteers that we tend to get at these cleanup events. It's a nice family activity. I think the weather will be hopefully cooperative on Saturday. I saw it's going to cool down quite a bit. But that's not a bad thing. That's better than having 100 degrees weather when we're out there trying to pick up trash. So encourage folks to grab their gloves and bring a friend and help us keep Fresno beautiful. That's all of my official updates, but I did have just a grievance for the record, not against anybody up here, but to all the commissioners that come and use our dais, when we're not here. You can stop switching the chairs around, stop stealing my MacBook chargers. I've gone through 2 of them already, and my pens are all gone too. So the commissioners and board members, please, I'm gonna have to look into who sits where, but it's just always a mess. It's always a mess when I get back here to the dais. So it's a personal grievance, and hopefully the commissioners and board members will heed this grievance and stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. We're going to go back to District 1.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by thanking Chief Elkhorn. He hosted Friday with Fires in my district in the Fresno neighborhood across the street from Fresno High School at Cup of Joy. So thank you, Chief, for being there and being so welcoming to my constituents. I also had the opportunity to present a proclamation recently to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Fresno VA Hospital. That also included a proclamation for Guadalupe Castillo, who celebrated his 100th birthday that day as well. I, too, had the opportunity to visit some of our first responders, the very first people who respond to our 911 calls, who are in celebration of the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And so they gave me the opportunity to actually put on a headset and listen in on 911 calls. Some very devastating calls that came in during that short time that I got to wear that headset. And so just really speaks volumes to the importance of the work they do, the heaviness of the calls they take every 30 seconds, it feels like, throughout the whole day. So really looking forward to giving them a new home and investing in a permanent place for them to adequately do their work. And then just want to mention a couple of events this weekend in my district. First off, we have an event called Art in the Park that's going to be at Trolley Park. This is going to be at 5 p.m. on the corner of Van Ness Boulevard and Echo, and it will be hosted by a Sense of Place gallery. So I encourage everyone to stop by there. And then want to invite everyone to join us at Porch Fest this Saturday, starting at 10 a.m. in the Tower District. For event details and site maps, you can visit towerporchfest.org. That concludes my report, Council President.
Thank you so much, Council Member. We're going to move on to Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of informational items. The City Code Enforcement in our office continues to host the informational workshops for all mobile food vendors in anticipation of the new ordinance being enforced June 30th. We had one on Good Friday. We had one yesterday. And the next one is May 6th at 6 p.m. at Cortiva's Kitchen, and May 13th at the Fresno Hispanic Foundation. I want to thank code enforcement folks for being there and addressing the questions that vendors have in our city. So I want to say a thank you to our Police Chief Castro. She attended a neighborhood meeting that we hosted at my home last week. She got to hear from all the neighbors around some of the concerns related to the South Tower, public safety issues that we've been experiencing, as well as, the intersection of Belmont and Van Ness, which has continued to be a problem for South Tower. Most recently, there was a shooting that took place just last week where a gentleman lost his life as he was just getting his kids a haircut before Easter. So we appreciate the responsiveness of the police department. It was good to see all their captains there. I am hopeful, Mayor, that this police chief reinstates the practices that you had as police chief, where captains were continuously attending neighborhood meetings, their lieutenants or sergeants. There's no better communicator of the neighborhood issues than the neighborhoods themselves, instead of just hearing it from us, once a year during the budget time. So it was very good for her as a chief and for her leadership team. So we do appreciate them being available. In that note, also thank you to the fire chief. You can imagine, have a lot of calls for open fires that take place in our neighborhoods. And so the fire chief also made a home visit to one of our residents who lives next to the Pavaralo house and has to deal with the daily fires there. So they were able to bring their leadership team and hear directly from residents who are impacted by the open fires in the city. So kudos to all our department heads and leaders who take the time to talk to neighbors directly. I know sometimes we sound like broken records because we see them and hear them every day, but it's good for you all to hear the unfiltered information as well. Lastly, in that neighborhood meeting, a lot of issues came up with a potential drug rehab facility that's going to be opening across from Fresno High, operated by Pavaralo House. I have spoken to Pavaralo's CEO, and he's committed to hosting a neighborhood meeting prior to the opening of the drug rehab facility in such close proximity to a high school and to a corridor that already has a couple of drug houses in the area that the PD are actively trying to shut down and work on. So we stay tuned for the date, but Pavaralo has committed to a neighborhood meeting prior to them commencing operation of a drug rehab facility right next to a school. With that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. For the sake of time, I'm just going to be very brief and cut my comments short. I just want to, again, send our heartfelt condolences to Dirk Poschel for the loss of his wife, Diana, who passed away on Monday. We will be adjourning the memory in her honor. And of course, for my Catholic residents, the loss of a pope is a very big deal, especially one like Pope Francis. And I know that they wear it very heavily when that happens, and I wish them well at this time too. And we'll also be adjourning our memory in honor of the memory of Pope Francis as well. It is allergy season. Don't be stubborn like me. Take your allergy meds. So thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to Mayor and City Manager reports and comments. Mayor.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to everyone that was taking part today in the flag raising for the Armenian genocide. Very moving ceremony. I also want to take a moment to recognize, a lot of the folks don't realize, but our Councilmember Nick Richardson, his chair is vacant. It's because he's serving our country in Africa, and so we want to pay respect for him doing double duty, not only as a council member, but also serving our country in the U.S. Marine Corps. I had the opportunity, along with Council President Carbasi, to attend the ribbon cutting this last week of the largest solar combined battery project in the United States, and it's right here in Fresno, which was launched by our DPU. Brandon, Councilmember Vang, thank you for being there as well. And kudos to our folks for being able to do that. That project's going to save taxpayers over a 20-year period $150 million. And so that's a good thing that Brock Buki and his folks did. Again, you've mentioned the Great American Cleanup. We have 20 locations identified this weekend. On Saturday, it starts at 9 a.m., finishes up around 11. We'll have an after-party celebration at Chichansee, actually in the parking lot across from Chichansee, and that will be around 11:30. But we already have 1,200 volunteers that have signed up for our Great American Cleanup this weekend. And I know Councilmember Maxwell and I will be out there at Cary Park with some volunteers on the Kaboom play structure. Got the opportunity to provide the keynote for the State of Downtown last week, and it was well attended by several hundred people. Also, to participate in a panel with the CEO of High Speed Rail, as well as Cal Matters and our Assemblyman Rambula, and that was on High Speed Rail. And Fresno Land hosted that this week, and it was a good turnout as well. And then lastly and most importantly, I want to just say thank you to everybody for your prayers for Tim Smith. Our city electrician, who obviously has been in the hospital. At one point, they weren't certain, the doctors weren't, if he was going to survive. And if he did, that there would be minimal movement in his body. And I'm pleased to report that God has done a miracle. And he has been moved out of ICU, and he is in another room, and he is moving. He's got a long road ahead, but continue to pray for his wife, Rhonda, and his kids, his parents, and extended family. And we'll do all we can to keep you guys informed, but we're witnessing a miracle. So thank you.
City Manager.
I do have one thing I want to talk about very quickly, and it's just to highlight the amazing work that our employees do. This past weekend, we had a incident in Councilmember Esparza's district where there was a significant sewer line break with a sinkhole, and we were very fortunate that nobody fell into it or drove into it and was injured. And I understand there was a former city employee that noticed something happening with the road, called someone from the Public Works Department who came, blocked off the street, and ultimately DPU was called in and were there working through the night. I want to recognize Paul Amico, our assistant director, who was filling in for Brock, who was on vacation, who literally was out all night through the early morning hours. And I want to just recognize employees by name who were involved in responding, getting the situation stabilized, getting the road back open, one lane both ways. At our next council meeting, you'll have an agenda item that is an urgent necessity to do the permanent repairs of that sewer line, but it was a 1950 sewer line. And, you know, as we all know, when you fix something on an emergency basis, it's probably 2 to 5 times more expensive than if we're doing preventative maintenance. So it's unfortunate that we have not been able to keep up with preventative maintenance. But I do want to recognize the team. Art Alvarez, who is our trustee leader out in the wastewater division collection system, Jerry Flores, Estevan Del Val, Joe Denubilo, Rafael Figueroa, William Davalos, Ricardo Hernandez, Miguel Carrillo, Lauren Mellenbacher, Efren Gonzalez. I also want to acknowledge the private contractors that came out on a moment's notice: Floyd Johnston Construction, Trench Shoring Company, KRC Safety Company. These are people that came out late at night, stayed out all night to get this temporary repair in place so we could get the road open. So, you know, I always say I put our team up against anyone, and I think this is just a demonstration of our competency and ability to get things done and come together as a team and take care of business. So thank you to the team. Thank you, Paul, for your leadership on that as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Now we're going to move on to our scheduled hearings and matters. We have a 9:10 a.m. joint meeting pertaining to the Cesar Chavez apartments. This will be one of those items we take 2 different votes on. And I think we're going to be joined by the mayor up here. So the number one item is a joint meeting of the City Council and the city in its capacity as the housing successor to the RDA of the City of Fresno and the Housing Revitalization Corporation. So we're going to start with a staff presentation.
Sure. Good morning, Council. Council President, thank you for your time this morning. I want to acknowledge the Executive Director of the Housing Successor Agency, Marlene Murphy, who's been a wonderful partner on this project. What we're bringing before this body this morning is something that has come before you before. You have previously adopted a resolution supporting the project, both with the city's financial commitment as well as land, both from the City of Fresno and from the successor agency. And again, this has been a partnership between the two agencies to construct 54 units of farm worker housing on Cesar Chavez and 7th. This morning's actions are a reflection of progress that has been made by the developer, which has been critical, has led to this morning's actions. Specifically, they were able to successfully apply for $5 million in USDA funding. They received that funding and also additional rental assistance, which will follow that award from the USDA. Because of that award, we're now before you this morning asking you to take a series of actions. Most notably, we have a CEQA exemption. We also have a resolution before you to find good cause to lease this land, again, city and agency land for $1 a year. This is again for affordable housing for 55 years. Also, a resolution to again reaffirm a future contribution of city funds, which would come from our housing division. Additionally, an affordable housing agreement which spells out all of the terms and conditions of the land, of the future contribution, of the units that will be developed, and all the other particulars of this 54-unit development. And lastly, we're asking you to approve a 55-year ground lease. So that is what I have before you this morning for your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to public comment before we come to the council. I have one card from Jose Leon Barraza, if you wanted to come up. And then, of course, anyone else wishing to comment on this item after Mr. Barraza, it'll be your time.
Thank you, President Carbasi. First of all, I wanted to thank Councilmember Annalisa Perea and Councilmember Brenda Vang for joining me yesterday at our 11th annual awards luncheon that was held by SEPSIRA in Southeast Fresno. We want to go on the record that we support this project. This housing project is being proposed, and I appreciate that you changed the name from Ventura to Cesar Chavez, which is very appropriate. And we think this project has the opportunity to create some mixed use eventually. Maybe not this phase, but the next phase. And we would propose a Mexican Grand Plaza on the first floor that would have retail, mixed use, that would attract commercial activity at this facility. And also job training. We really hope that the agreements that you enter into promote the hiring of local people. There is a requirement for an apprenticeship program. We as SEPSIRA provide job training, and we could be partners just the way we did it for another project that was built by the Cesar Chavez Foundation down across from Walmart. We would like to have that possibility. And we have been having conversations with Mr. Lingo, the developer of this project, and it has been very positive. And we intend to have more interaction with Councilmember Vang. We actually already had a little bit, but I think in more detail about the wonderful opportunities that this project comes to Southeast Fresno, and it's a very important step in addressing the housing crisis that we have in our city. So I want to thank all of you for your good work in this area, and I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else in the public wishing to comment on the 9:10 a.m. items? Okay, there being none, we're going to close public comment. We're going to come back to the council, and I have first punched up Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President Karbasi, and thank you very much for the presentation. Just a few questions and clarifications in your presentation. You mentioned that in this resolution, the city is going to contribute an amount to the total of this project, and you didn't mention the city's contribution. What is that amount?
Sure, Councilmember. Councilmember Vang, the total amount that the city is contributing is $5 million.
Okay,
in addition to the land.
Okay, and this is not coming out of general fund?
It is not. It is coming out of our housing dollars.
Okay. And what is the total amount for the project of 54 housing units?
Yeah, the total budget is just a little bit north of $33 million. Okay.
And what is the expected date of completion of this project?
It should be in the middle of 2027.
Okay, assuming there's no hiccup between now until middle of 2027?
That's correct.
Okay. And once it's completed, applications will be taken. And what is the criteria for families who are looking to apply for these 54 housing units?
Sure. I'm going to, Councilmember, if it's okay with you, I'll give you a couple of highlights, but representative from the development team is here, and I'd like to give him an opportunity also to address that question, if that's okay with you.
Please.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to just mention this is, again, this project has received a $5 million award from the USDA, and a lot of the criteria, really frankly, the most restrictive criteria are coming attached to that award. And so I'm going to introduce Jake Lingo to speak to the additional criteria for tenancy. Is that right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, council members, Council President Karasi. Yes, so this is 54 units of affordable housing, so it'll be income qualified for those earning between 30 and 60% of area median income. And then on top of that, as Phil indicated, we were fortunate enough to receive a grant from the USDA of $5 million. This is what's known as the 514 program. It's off-farm labor housing. So that meaning that to qualify, not only do you have to income qualify, but a substantial amount of your income must come from farm labor. I've got the specific definition here if you'd like me to read it to you, but basically it includes all aspects of farm labor, from either doing work in the fields all the way to packing facilities, transportation, anything associated with farm labor.
Mr. Lingo, thank you very much for being here in person today. Piggyback on what you just commented on, this is specifically for farm laborers or people who work in the ag industry. Now, it's sometimes seasonal, so what happens to the family who initially qualify for these apartments and then there's a delay in terms of their employment because of seasonal work? Are they still eligible, or are they required to move out of that and then reapply it again?
So the program takes into account that there is seasonal farm work. The majority of your income must come from farm labor. There's actually two regulations that will stipulate that, because one will be the USDA, and then we will also have to work with TCAC, which provides the tax credits. They have two separate requirements. For the USDA, they say a substantial amount to be at least $5,000 of your annual income. For the state requirements with TCAC, that you're going to need to provide at least 3 months worth of pay stubs. If someone is in the unfortunate circumstance where they lose their employment and they can prove that they are now seeking employment in the farm labor industry to try to gain further employment, there are caveats to let them remain while they work through this progress. Obviously, no one wants to lose their home as they're out of work, so there's a lot of efforts taken by the management to try to help accommodate.
So what would the rent be in that scenario that you just presented? If they have no income, they lose their job, would they still required to pay that 30 to 60%?
That's the interesting part of the rental subsidy that the federal government provides. They are guaranteeing that only 30% of your income goes to your rental unit. So if someone's in that unfortunate circumstance, then it is federally backed that the rent is going to be covered.
Okay. Thank you very much. And as commented by Mr. Barraza, there is a housing shortage in the city of Fresno, and particularly in District 5. Thank you very much for the presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those conclude your comments, Council Member. Great. We're going to move on to the mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few comments. Number one, I fully support this project from the administration. We are in a housing crisis. We need housing in a number of areas, but certainly in the affordable housing arena. I think this meets a critical need in terms of farm worker housing in our city. Very innovative project, and I am hopeful that it moves forward as quickly as we can. I do want to give an update and then ask a question to Mr. Lingo. The council probably has not had this update yet, but I think you know the Lingo brothers had been awarded a build-to-suit contract for the senior center and senior housing over at Blackstone and Ashland. And I don't think we've done a very good job of updating the other council members I have with Councilmember Maxwell. But we had committed $15 million contingent upon a tax credit award to the Lingo brothers. That did not come through, and so that $15 million is no longer there for the senior housing. I also want the council to know that there's been a pause and a delay in the development of the senior center. And part of that has to do with the financial impact of not having both projects done collectively. And so I would like to maybe hear from Mr. Lingo in terms of what the latest is, since you are under contract to develop the senior center. I'd like to know what the latest is. Not that it has anything to do with this project, but you are a developer in our city working on another one. You've done some other great projects, Blackstone and McKinley, Blackstone and Clinton. And so...
Council President, just point of order. Quick question from legal counsel. As much as I love our mayor, I'm not trying to go to jail for him, because Lisa would put me in jail.
Okay. You're talking about the Brown Act? Okay. I understand that. I am concerned about the breach of contract if that center doesn't get built. So maybe it's better to have an offline. If anything else, making sure the council's aware of this.
Council Vice President makes a good point, but City Attorney, we are discussing this in open session. Would the Brown Act apply necessarily?
I agree with Council Member Arias.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll do this discussion offline, but I wanted to make sure the council is aware that this developer is involved in another project as well in our city.
Okay, next I have Council Vice President.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am very interested in hearing an update at some point. We just got to make sure it's rules following here. I do have two questions specific to this item. Staff, what is the land value from the successor agency and the city parcel? Have we appraised what the contribution of that land value is?
Council Vice President, I'm going to look at Marlene as well, and I don't recall that we have appraised it recently. What we do know is that in asking this body to approve a ground lease of $1 a year, that it is, naturally substantially below what the value is, whatever that number is.
We had to surplus it, right? So we had to have an appraisal at some point. Did we not?
Yeah.
It was surplus exempt. The agency parcel has a broker's opinion, which is very, very dated, but it's around 100,000.
Yeah, and I would estimate just, Council Vice President, I would estimate the total value of all of the land. We're talking about a little more than 3 acres, and so it's probably certainly around 600,000, I would say, in total.
Okay, so it's fair to say. Go ahead.
One last point. The developer values the land for the purposes of the application to USDA, TCAC, et cetera, at about $1.3 million, the entire area.
So it is a significant contribution in terms of value, that if somebody was to have to buy this, parcel on their own, it would be a significant investment.
That's correct, and that's why the good cause and public benefit is being invoked here.
My second question, this might be for the city manager. We had a hiccup in this neighborhood a couple years ago related to cannabis shops. This project is literally almost adjacent to a new high school campus by Fresno Unified, and they had mistakenly authorized a cannabis shop, not them, but the city or the process that authorized a cannabis shop across the street from that high school. Do we have a resolution on, did that cannabis license get relocated, or is it still planning to open across the street from the school?
If I remember correctly, they chose an alternate location, was over across from the fairgrounds.
Okay.
And I believe that that was appealed by the council, and it was not approved. I do not believe, and hopefully my staff will be texting me if I'm saying something incorrect, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. I think that is still in limbo. I don't think another alternative site has been identified.
Okay. So for now, we
Correct. I'm correct.
Okay,
My
so for
staff
now, we
does.
don't know whether a cannabis shop would open across the street, essentially from this housing project?
We don't have any applications for a cannabis shop across the street from this development.
Okay, fair enough. Like the mayor indicated, and I think everyone else, it's a great project. I think it's significant in a couple of realms. One is, as we all know, farm workers were declared essential workers during the pandemic. They were required to go to work. They could not work from home or from our offices. And there is definitely a huge need for housing for them. And what better place than on Cesar Chavez Boulevard, where the iconic advocate fought for them to have rights. And so this is consistent with the plans for that corridor, which is higher density housing, which this will be, with hopefully mixed uses in the building. So I'm glad that we're finally to a point of committing actual dollars and the property, and then looking for some state funds to complete the project. So kudos to everyone. I have been impressed with the project that the developer completed on McKinley and Blackstone. The project on Clinton and Blackstone looks like it's almost ready to do the grand opening of. Years ago, folks argued that nobody wanted to live in Blackstone, that high-density housing didn't belong in a transportation corridor, and yet the city has made investments, and guess what? There's always more people who want to live there than we can accommodate. So kudos to everyone, and I am looking forward to an update on the other subject matter.
Next, so no other council members punched up. Any more discussion on this item? Okay. There being none, are there any motions?
Motion to approve.
It's been motioned by the mayor, seconded by Council Member Vang. Any opposition? It looks like it passes 7-0. It's the only 7-0 we'll have today. And we're going to move on to the second vote. If there's another motion from the council members. Moved by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? And we're back to 6-0. Thank you very much. So council, if you'll bear with me, we're going to quickly hear the 9:10 a.m. number 2 hearing. We'll start with a staff presentation before breaking for lunch.
Good morning, Council. Jairo Mata with the Public Works Traffic and Land Planning. So this is the required public hearing to annex assessors parcels number 578-040-16, 578-040-17, and 578-040-18 into Community Facilities District number 9. This is a commercial development located at the northeast corner of Maple and Beeheimer within District 6. Public improvements are related to this project include sidewalk, curb and gutter, valley gutter, landscaping and streetlights. The cost of the services to maintain facilities total $344.55 per acre.
I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you. Actually, I should have asked the council if anyone wants to hear the presentation. I think all of us are okay.
Okay, sounds good.
So what we're going to do is we're going to move quickly to public comment and bring it to the council. If they have questions, we can ask those questions.
Perfect, that'll work.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is there anyone wishing to comment on 9:10 a.m. number 2 in Council District 6? Not seeing anyone come up. Going once, going twice. We're going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. Any council members wishing to comment on this item? Motion to approve by the Vice President. I will second it. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 5-0. We're going to break for lunch, and we will be back at 1:30. Thank you all for your patience. Good afternoon, folks. It is 1:41 p.m. Thank you for your patience. We're going to resume our meeting. Like I said, this is a little bit different, so we have some afternoon ceremonials. We're going to start with those. The first afternoon ceremonial will be the Fresno Animal Center Presents Pet of the Month, and the sponsor is the Animal Center. We always love this one.
Okay. So, Councilmember Vang, you may not know this, but when we do the Pet of the Month, the newest council member has to take the pet home. Sold?
You're going to make my 13-year-old son very happy. He's been asking for a pet for the last 12 years.
And we have a pet right here, Pepper.
And I've offered him goldfish only.
All right, so this is going to be a short presentation. I think all of you know we, in the city of Fresno, we have our own animal center. And unfortunately, we have a lot of pets, community pets that come our way. And one of the things that we like to do is to have a pet of the month so that someone will adopt Pepper today. And so Councilmember Vang might be in the running, but there may be somebody else out here who's willing to do this as well. And I don't know a lot about Pepper other than she likes to lick people. And also she likes treats, and I know you have treats in your pocket there for her. So what I'd like to do is just turn it over to our Animal Center folks so they can say a little bit about Pepper.
So correct, she does love treats and she loves giving kisses. Pepper is 2 years old. She's spayed, so she's ready to go home with you today if you're willing to take her. Her adoption fee is waived, so there's no cost, and it includes her spay, the vaccines she's received in our care, her microchip, and flea and tick treatment. She's very friendly. She loves meeting new people. She'd be great for an active family, someone that likes to go for walks or hikes. She's very active. She's overall just a sweet girl, and we have a lot of animals just like her in our care. Like I said, all adoption fees are waived right now, so if you're interested in adopting, please visit the Fresno Animal Center. We're located at 5277 East Airways Boulevard. We're open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., closed on Thursdays. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for always making our day with Pet of the Month. Next, we have a proclamation for Independent Bookstore Day by Vice President Arias.
Well, Council, as you know, I tend to spend my time reading budget books and not other books for leisure. Nonetheless, we have an amazing network of independent sellers and bookstores in the city of Fresno, so we want to take a moment to recognize them. Specifically, I want to call out a couple of bookstores that are independent sellers in our city. One, and the lady Ashley is with us today, Judging by the Cover in Chinatown. Bookish is in the Vibrant Tower District. It's known for its vintage books, local art, and the friendliness. And then, of course, Arts Haven, which is also in Tower District. And as we do our shopping for books and storytelling, it's always, an easy thing to go to really big box stores and take advantage of their coffee and their right way of books. But it's also equally important and much more beneficial to our community to support independent bookstores in the city. These bookstores are run by local residents. The money stays local. They improve our neighborhoods, and they give our kids who don't have access to a nearby library a place for them to engage in the loving nature of reading in our community. With that, let me hand it over to Ashley, who can share some more.
Hi, guys. I wrote a short little speech on my phone, so I'm going to read it. We are honored to accept this certificate on behalf of our fellow bookstore owners. As associate members of the American Booksellers Association and the California Booksellers Alliance, we know that bookstores don't exist or thrive in isolation. Our collective strength comes from the success of our fellow indies. Independent bookstores are more than just retail spaces. We are community hubs, safe havens, and gateways to new ideas, identities, and worlds. Books have the power to transform lives, and bookstores are where that transformation begins.
As stewards of these spaces, booksellers play a vital role in shaping more informed, empathetic, and connected communities. We are deeply grateful to Council Vice President Miguel Arias for recognizing the cultural and civic impact of bookstores. And this Independent Bookstore Day, we invite you to experience that impact for yourself. Please visit one of the 6 participating Fresno Bookstore Passport location, Hearts Haven, Petunia's Place, Book Barn, the Fresno Friends of the Library Bookstore, Bookish, and our own store, judging by the cover, as well as our city's other beloved indies, Book Nook, Brass Unicorn, and Wonderland Comics. Each one offers something unique, and all of them are essential to our community. Please celebrate your indies this Saturday and come give us a visit. Thanks.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Whereas Independent Bookstore Day launched nationally in 2013 and celebrated annually on the last Saturday in April, and recognizes the cultural, civic, and economic contributions of independent bookstores across the United States. And whereas bookstores are vital in providing access to books and promote the skills of reading to fuel imagination, nurture empathy, and promote lifelong learning. And whereas the city of Fresno proudly celebrates its vibrant literary community, including Judging by the Cover, a woman and BIPOC-owned independent bookstore located in historic Chinatown, and centers LGBTQ+ and diverse voices, hosts inclusive community programming, and champions local artists, authors, and readers. And whereas Judging by the Cover has taken the lead in organizing the 2025 Fresno Bookstore Passport, uniting 6 cherished local bookstores, Hearts Haven, Petunia's Place, and Clovis Book Barn, Fresno's Friends of the Library Store, and Bookish 520, for a day of literary celebration, poetry readings, live music, author talks, and meaningful community engagement. And whereas this celebration also uplifts local businesses such as BB's Gelateria, BLK Market, Yoshi Now, and Central Fish Co. through partnerships and prize incentives, encouraging residents to explore and support homegrown talent and entrepreneurship. And whereas independent bookstores like those participating in the Fresno Bookstore Passport are more than retail spaces, they are hubs of creativity, connections, and belonging, welcoming readers into spaces where lifelong memories are made, new stories are discovered, and diverse communities are empowered. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, do hereby proclaim the 26th of April, 2025 to be Independent Bookstore Day in the city of Fresno.
All right, our last proclamation of the day is going to be for Arbor Day, and the sponsors are the mayor and Councilmember Maxwell.
All right, well, thank you very, very much as Councilmember Maxwell is making his way down. If I could have Brian Russell, Scott Mosier from Public Works, your folks, please come down. The council member and I had the opportunity earlier this week to go out and help plant some trees with our Fresno State football players, and there were 62 trees, I believe. 162 trees that were planted along Barstow. I'll let the council member talk about this, but we're here today to recognize and honor of Arbor Day. Arbor Day was started in 1872. And it was started as a special day to set aside for the planting of trees in communities. In some locations, trees are planted for a variety of reasons. Obviously, the wood from those trees are utilized for paper, construction, etc. But in places like Fresno, we rely heavily on those trees for shade, as well as to combat against emissions and pollutants. And so, and certainly with our Beautify Fresno effort, those trees serve to beautify our community. So this is the opportunity for us to be able to recognize this as April 25th, 2025 to be Arbor Day in the city of Fresno. And the folks that are out there planting those trees every single day are right here with us from our Public Works Department. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a very special group to me. Some of you might have heard of my spiel earlier. I represent East Central Fresno, Bullard to McKinley, Blackstone, all the way east to Clovis Avenue. It's an aging part of town. If you were to look at an aerial map of the city of Fresno, you would notice some neighborhoods are very lush with greenery, mature landscaping, trees. Other parts of our city, including the parts that I represent, not so much. We have some neighborhoods that have little to no trees whatsoever, and that's something you notice when you're out there canvassing, running for office, and you're knocking on doors. You really take notice of those neighborhoods that have little to no trees whatsoever. They are hotter. They don't look as beautiful, capturing less carbon than other neighborhoods. And so one of the things I ran on was planting more trees in the city of Fresno. In 2022, Mayor Dyer and I passed the 1,000 trees guarantee. That allows our city to go out and plant 1,000 trees annually in some of our most impacted neighborhoods. And that's just the baseline. Many of us throughout the city of Fresno plant additional trees. Every year, my office picks a different corridor to plant hundreds of new trees. We've done Cedar Avenue, we've done First Avenue, we've done Airways, we've done Shaw Avenue, Ashland Avenue, and as the mayor said, we just did Barstow Avenue near Fresno State. It has made such a huge difference just having some trees there by campus. I think the people that live and work in Central Fresno deserve to have the same pride as anybody living in any other part of our city. So just want to say I really appreciate all the great work that everybody up here does. It seems so simple, right? Planting a tree, it makes a huge difference for so many of the people that I represent on the city council. So thank you, everybody, for the great work that you do. And I'm going to hand it over to Director Mosier to say a few words.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, and to the full council. Just want to say it's my honor and pleasure, privilege to have a chance to lead and work alongside an amazing team here. So we handle not only tree planting, but also tree trimming, tree inspections, and then those middle of the night emergencies. And really proud of the team and the work that's been happening. As has been said, trees are an incredible value to the community from the standpoint of heat island effect, reducing those temperatures, shade, health. Even studies have found property values being higher with a healthy tree canopy. And we're proud to say that this year thus far, through the mayor's proposed budget as adopted by the council, with help of Measure P, grants, capital projects, we're actually roughly at about 2,000 net new trees for this year. So we're about double of the goal that was set. So just very proud of the team and thankful to be here today for Arbor Day.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. I think you guys have planted like 2,600 trees this year, but 2,000 net. So that's an incredible accomplishment. So with that, we'll have the proclamation read by the clerk.
Whereas the Nebraska Board of Agriculture in 1872 established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, when pioneers noted the lack of trees and their great need for shade, building materials, and windbreaks. The first Arbor Day was built on earlier arbor festivals dating to the 16th century, when the Spanish village of Mondoñedo held the first known tree planting festival. And whereas, first proclaimed by Nebraska's governor in 1874, Arbor Day by 1920 had spread to more than 45 U.S. states and territories. Today, all 50 states celebrate Arbor Day, which is now observed throughout the world. And whereas trees can combat climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing wildlife habitat. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in urban areas increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, beautify our community, and provide critical shade where asphalt and concrete landscapes predominate. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Friday, April 25th, 2025 to be Arbor Day in the city of Fresno.
Excellent job. Okay. That ends our proclamations for the afternoon, and in fact for the day. So we have a couple of timed items. First, we have an appearance by Linda Leonard regarding concerns about the Southeast Development Area Plan. Linda, if you are here, please do come on up. This is your time to speak, and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay. Linda's not here. Next, we have Ruben on the same issue. Come on up, sir, and you'll have 3 minutes, and thank you for your patience.
Say that again. Hi, my name is Ruben Nieves. I'm a homeowner at 635 East Floridora, and I'm here to express my opposition to CETA or CETA. But first, let me tell you, I love Fresno. I really like living in Fresno, and I'm really proud to be a Fresno citizen. It brings me joy to hear about to witness and see the improvements going on in our existing neighborhoods. A lot of them I've heard about this morning. Planting trees, when I drive by and see the progress on Broadway Park, speed bumps going into neighborhoods that need safety on the roads. It brings me great joy. And just in general to see infrastructure being improved in our existing neighborhoods. So speaking of infrastructure, that brings me to my opposition to CETA. A huge development like that is going to require massive infrastructure costs, investment and costs, and it's unclear how that's going to be paid for. I don't think the public is aware of any plan to pay for that infrastructure if the plan goes forward. And there's great concern that it's going to fall upon the existing taxpayers to foot that very large bill. And that would come at the expense of being able to continue to improve our existing neighborhoods. My neighborhood needs improvement. Streets, sidewalks, lights. And I know that there are other neighborhoods that need it a lot more than mine. My understanding is that there's a $20 million budget shortfall. It's just hard to justify taking on this expense and to see how it's going to benefit the majority of Fresno citizens. So I'm here to urge you to oppose CETA. Thank you for your attention. Gracias y viva Fresno.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And then as a reminder, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Any council members wish to punch up with a no vote, abstention, or recusal? I'm not seeing any. I'm just going to register a no vote on 2I as an igloo. Now we're going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as closed session items. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent item? And if so, you'll have 3 minutes. Come on up, sir. Please just identify the item you want to speak on.
Good afternoon. Jerry Gregory. I'm the Executive Vice President of American Guard Services. I did submit a card, sir. So the point I want to make today, the purpose for my visit today is that we're the incumbent security provider for the past 5 years today at Fresno. Over 85% of our security officers are Fresno residents, and we're proud of that. We were hired right before COVID, and we worked through COVID and protected the city. We've given great, excellent services to the city. We responded to an RFP that, in our opinion, in our experience, I've been doing this 40 years. I'm a retired police captain. I've been in the security industry as my second job when I was on the police force and continue in that career today. American Guard is a woman-owned founded company here in California. We have 7 branch officers in California. And we feel that there's processes in this RFP process that violate the RFP guidelines. Number one is they did not list a best and final offer process in the RFP, which traditionally, and there's case law on it, it gives us a reason to protest if they do not list everything in the RFP, especially when it comes to pricing. A BAFO, it opens up the competition for pricing until the BAFO is done. So you need to put that in the RFP so all the bidders know there is a BAFO, so the pricing competition continues after the bid is closed. This bid was closed in October. We submitted our best and final offer to give our security officers a very modest increase. Every year we've stuck to the CPI of the city and the area. During COVID, we absorbed a tremendous amount of overtime. Did we not pass those charges on the city or attempted to do that because it wouldn't be within your budget? So we invested into this contract. There was other things we want to clear the record. As a woman-owned company here in California, I'm speaking on behalf of Shireen Assal, who owns the company. And she wanted me to clarify a couple of things so we value our reputation. There was 4 things in the rationale was given that are untrue, such as one of the first things they said that we declined to respond to the BAFO, merely giving the image that we did not want to respond. In the BAFO letter from the city was sent after the presentation, one day, gave us 3 days response, very technical BAFO with a lot of paperwork. In that BAFO, it said, if you do not respond to the BAFO, we will consider your pricing as is. So there was no mandate that you had to respond. By putting this in there, we declined to respond, indicates that we declined to do something that you wanted us to do. So we want to clear that for the record. By the way, we did respond. We simply put the same pricing in it, and we wrote a letter with our response indicating the only way we'd be able to reduce our price, since we thought that the final pricing was submitted in October, was reduce the pay rate to the officers. Our increase was very conservative to give those officers a needed raise. In fact, we extended our contract because our current contract expired during this process. There was also another comment made in reference to during the presentation, we have stated we're very experienced in magnetometers. We're the first company that actually did screening here in the city of Fresno. We're the first company that had armed security in the city of Fresno locations.
Thank you, sir. That time has expired. We appreciate that. So next, I apologize. We're really strict about this rule. The time has expired. You're welcome to reach out. You're welcome to reach out to any council members, but the time has expired. I apologize. Last, we have a card for Jamie. I believe it's Jacobs. All right. You have 3 minutes, sir, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jaime Jacobo. I'm the General Manager for CCS Facility Services as well as a local resident in Fresno. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the recommendation to award the City of Kauai custodial contract to Scrubcan Inc. After reviewing the evaluation committee report, I believe CCS Facility Services should be deemed the lowest responsible bidder based on the following points. 1, price premium. Scrubcam Inc. was the highest of the 4 finalists interviewed with a price of premium of $176,000 annually, totaling of $884,000 over the 5-year term. 2, best final offer. CCS Facility Services was not given the opportunity to provide a best or final offer, which was solidly provided to Scrubcan. Despite their 10% reduction, their bid remained significantly higher than the finalists. 3, committee notes and feedback on CCS. CCS submitted competitive and well-rounded proposal demonstrating clear understanding of the city needs. Their integration of advanced technology, strong employee management strategies, and responsive made their submission one of the strongest contenders. While not ultimately selected, the proposal reflected a well-organized approach with a strong emphasis of service tracking, quality control, and operation efficiency. Given these points, I urge the city council to review this matter and make a decision. The best services, the taxpayers' interests. CCF Facilities is confident in our ability to provide a high quality of service as we do the surrounding municipalities within our 174 employees based out of our Fresno office. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Jaime. Okay, anyone else in the public wishing to comment? Please do come on up, identify the item you'll be speaking on, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Going to be talking about S2 today. So good day, City Council and officials. Special thank you to Todd, the City Clerk, for helping clarify some things for me. I am here today to talk about the smoke shop ordinance and address this issue. I've been a member of the cannabis community for over a decade, and I want to make it clear bad actors in this community need to be removed. So I do support parts of this ordinance, but it does need to be clarified. Oh, thank you. Some things do need to be clarified, as there was lots of discussion on 313's meeting. The biggest one seems to be the grandfathering of the smoke shops. As many people have, or as council members have alluded to, it seems as if we're moving the goalpost midstream. Again, bad actors are making things worse for our smoke shops locally. Some things that were also brought up was too much concentration. It seems to be that is mostly in the south part of the city. Granted, I would speak to that being as the south part of the city generally has a denser population, chances of less accessibility to transportation, so there might be more need for those smoke shops in those areas, people walking, people taking transportation. As well, it was suggested at some point that Walmart sells tobacco, Walmart or cannabis shops can sell, glassware, paraphernalia, and whatnot. And that is true, but these are specialty shops. Just as, the bookstores earlier today were presented, they are specialty shops. So they do provide more items, SKUs, and different things available for the community to utilize. I do agree there are probably too many smoke shops, although the biggest issue seems to be the completely unregulated, unlicensed smoke shops. I had a chance to actually speak with a police officer today from the Southeast District, and I asked him very directly what smoke shops were the problem. And he told me the fly-by-night ones, the ones that pop up in the middle of the night, like Miguel has alluded to. And he told me he personally has never received a call on an already licensed business. Granted, that is just one officer. So I pretty much plead with the council, as they've already agreed with a lot of the amendments, like CBD, education. Please just consider grandfathering, at the very least, the good actors, so that that goalpost doesn't seem to have been moved. If they can't meet the threshold for the CPU, then they're not going to get it even as long as they get an application. It's obviously not just a blanket grandfather. If they've shown, problems in the past, obviously they're not here for the community. The community wants them gone as well, just like the council does. So the goal seems to be to clean up our city, as I believe Councilmember Esparza said. This wasn't necessarily about regulating tobacco as the state deals with that. It has to do more with giving us enforcement.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else in the public wishing to comment on consent, including contested consent as well as closed session items? Okay, while we have time, I'm going to ask folks if anyone that wants to make an unscheduled communication, so anything you'd like to speak before the council, please come on up. So we're taking unscheduled communication at this time. Bernard, you got one? Okay. Yeah, we thought you were going to speak. So again, last call for unscheduled communication. There being none, we're closing unscheduled communication. We're going to bring this item back to the council. So regarding the consent calendar, council, are any motions or any discussion? Moved by the Vice President. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the balance of the consent calendar passes 6-0. We're going to move on at this time to contested consent, and we will take it in alphabetical order. So we're going to start with 2B as in Bredefeld. So let's see. Would you like to start, Council Vice President, on this item?
Thank you, Council President. I'm fully aware of the need for us to have advocacy in Sacramento, which I think this lobbying contract is focused on. But I have a couple of questions. One is, why is this coming to us, whoever can, why is this coming to us when it's ready to expire so soon? Why haven't we worked on this before? And two, for the city manager, this contract assumes funding for the next fiscal year, correct?
Correct. Part of the next fiscal year.
Part of the next fiscal year. So can we consider this item after the mayor presents his budget to us so that we can have some level of assurance that there's money in the budget for such a contract?
So I think what I'll tell you is the contract is expiring. We are literally right now in the middle of earmark season for our delegation, where our lobbyist is submitting earmark requests on our behalf. We are literally in the midst of dealing with federal agencies under the new administration and trying to sort through all of the new rules that are being put into effect. So I think it would do us a great disservice to not have somebody on our team in DC. I feel, obviously we have had a federal lobbyist for as long as I've been here, through thick and thin, good times and bad. It's just having no representation in Washington for a city our size, I think would be a serious mistake. So we've I think it's safe to say that we have included the funding in the mayor's proposed budget, even though we don't talk about the mayor's proposed budget until he rolls out his proposed budget. But I feel confident that he would be okay with us saying that, we have put it in his proposed budget because we think it's that important.
This contract is a 4-year contract, right? We're committing to 4 years?
John Ellis, Government Affairs Manager. It's 3 years with a 1-year extension option.
So 4 years total.
Yeah, that would take us through the administration of the Dyer administration. Yeah.
So it's essentially about $1 million we're asking for over that period of time.
Well, it's $5,800 a month. It's $210,000 plus, I guess, an extra, 5,800 times 12 for the 4th year.
Why is this coming to us now when it's so close to expiration?
Just because, I don't know, it expired and we're bringing it before you. I mean, I guess could have come the last meeting, but usually this is when we do it, right, as they're coming to renewal time.
We have a contract for a lobbyist too for Sacramento, correct?
Correct.
When is that contract coming before us?
Into June. It'll be in June, one of the June meetings, probably the last meeting in June. And then we have a water lobbyist as well. That's in July. They're both up for renewal.
Is there any reason we can't just do an extension of this contract and align it with the Sacramento lobbyist contract? So going forward, we see both contracts after the mayor, informs us of what money we have and what we don't have?
If you want to have them at the same time, I would encourage then to perhaps add a couple more months onto this one to make it roll with the state contract that is coming up in June or July. Add to the term of this one. So instead of it expiring in April, have it expire in June or July whenever the other contracts expire. If that's the council's desire, John, do you see a problem with that?
No. I mean, it's now, it's then, it's the same.
I'm not opposed to us having representation outside of our congressmen in D.C. and our state representatives in Sacramento. I recognize the need to have additional professional, lobbyists and consultants, but what worries me a little bit is timing. We're in negotiations with all our labor unions. We as a council and the city has been told that we have a $20 million shortfall. We've been signaling to folks that we don't have money to spare for an array of, community interest. And we're about to sign off on a $800,000 consulting contract before the council sees the mayor's proposed budget in 2 weeks. So what I would be most comfortable with is approving this contract for the next 60 days and then letting the administration bring back this contract with the Sacramento lobbyist contract in June after the council has seen what's in the mayor's proposed budget and whether we can afford it. Not that I don't accept the mayor or the city manager's word for it, but I like to see if, in order to pay for this lobbyist, if it comes at the expense of a Parks and Rec program, I wouldn't be okay with that, right? So I'd like to see us, how we're affording it.
I'll just say that the city manager is, it's for me too, it would make no difference, but I just want to say, it is only $210,000 plus an extra $70,000, so it's $300,000. It's not $800,000 or $1 million. I just want to make sure. And
it's $300,000 for the 4 years.
It's $210,000 for 3 whole years. It's a bargain. Jim Covino is a bargain. I'll say this.
I would agree with that.
Things are crazy out there, as you guys all know, in D.C. right now.
I would agree with that. I misread the contract. I thought it was $200,000 a year.
And let me just tell you. I'm sorry, Mayor. Go ahead. We have been through RFPs before. We have worked with the large cities. I'm telling you, cities our size are paying millions of dollars.
I fully accept that as that being the case. So my only question is the administration willing to just extend the current contract for the next 2 months and then bring the Sacramento and DC lobbyists together after we see the famous budget?
Let me just, before we get into that, just say, this is she's not increasing, Jen Covino is not increasing the amount over the entire 4 years. It's, in speaking with mayors across the country, I can't believe, I want to say this publicly because I don't want them to raise it on us, but I can't believe we're paying $5,800 a month for all that she does. She goes to all the U.S. Conference of Mayors meetings. When I'm there, she's at this Monday, she'll be in Chicago when I'm there for the Police Chiefs and Mayors Conference. And the work that she does, we're in communication with her firm literally on a daily basis, being notified of all the changes that are being made in Washington, D.C. And the amount of opportunity that she's given us to increase revenue to our city has been pretty phenomenal. Her connections in D.C. are second to none, and I think it's money well spent, especially in today's environment where we're starting to see cuts come out of Washington, D.C. left and right. So sorry.
Councilmember, we would prefer to not just to do a temporary extension. Obviously, this is up to the council's prerogative, but we would prefer to go ahead and move forward this contract as is today. And
I appreciate. Why don't we hear from I have some other council members punched up.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Council President,
Yes, sir.
Just the final point.
Yes, sir.
My interest was asking the question. If you prefer to continue it this way, then I'm okay with it. But I wanted to make sure we at least engage in the conversation, because there'll be a lot of budget decisions we have to make, and I don't want the labor folks saying we don't kick the can when it comes to administration's priorities. So I want to be thoughtful about having the conversation publicly.
And I totally understand. And if that was asked of me, I would say that this representation has allowed us to keep funding in the city that has gone towards labor and other projects in the city. Without representation, I guarantee you we would not have as much funding in our city. Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, I have next punched up Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, President. I was just going to make the point. I think when we approved consent, we probably approved millions of dollars worth of projects and programming that are going to be assumed in the upcoming budget. So as the two people in this room that have spent expensive time on next year's budget, do we have your word that the money is in place for this service? And I understand they've been a good contractor and they're giving us a good deal. I'd prefer not to yank them around on this, so I'll make a motion to approve as is.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Council Vice President. Any more discussion on this item? Okay, there being none, any opposition? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much. That's one down. Next, we're going to move to N, as in Nancy.
Good afternoon,
yeah.
Chief Castro.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
I'm fully supportive of this, the city receiving this grant, but the staff report did catch my eye on a couple of fronts. One is, it noted that for the benefit of the public, this grant provides the city federal resources to process DNA samples for assault cases.
Yes.
We've been receiving this grant since 2018.
Yes.
And
similar.
Similar amount. And I was noting that when we received the grant in 2018, then again in 2020, then again in 2024, the gap of the amount of unprocessed DNA samples seems to be similar.
No.
Can you walk me through the numbers? Because based on my reading of the report,
I think I
that's what I
started out with
concluded.
this. The fact is there's no untested kits other than maybe something that came in this week. There's no backlog, absolutely no backlog. Everything's tested. There are 64 sexual assault kits that have gone through rapid DNA, and there wasn't any material found in them that could create a CODIS profile to enter into the CODIS. I don't know what it stands for, but it's the system that tracks DNA. So those still need to be sent off to Bodie Labs, which is the contractor, a private lab, for further analysis. So we know that the
For
swabs
benefit
didn't
of-
yield it.
For the benefit of the public, can you just walk us through the process, how it works?
Sure.
From the time that you get a suspect, take the sample, who touches all these things?
It's actually a victim that we obtain most of the samples from, and it's typically from the Family Healing Center where they do the sexual assault examination, and then it comes to us as evidence. It gets sent out to California DOJ where they do a rapid DNA test, and then that is test only the evidence most likely, like a vaginal swab, for instance. And if they can get a sample, then we get that information back. If they aren't able to get a usable sample to create a DNA profile, it comes back to us and it sits for potential additional testing by the private lab that can look at panties, bedding, those kinds of things that aren't as likely necessarily to have DNA. And that's what this allows us to do. So we have 64 cases right now that could use the additional testing. They're also referenced in here, put my glasses on, I think it's 690 tests that are kits that already had the rapid DNA. Nothing materialized out of those. We need a criminalist to look, and that's part of what this grant provides. A criminalist looks at those cases and decides if they're worthy to go on for the secondary testing. There may be no more than swabs in the kit, so there might not need to go to the private lab for additional testing.
So in terms of outstanding, samples that need to be processed, what is that number? Both?
0.
So on the samples, but in the kits that you referenced, the 600 plus kits.
We don't know. They have to be looked at by the criminalist to see if there's material worthy of being sent to the lab. They've already been rapid DNA tested, and nothing's come of that.
Okay.
So now we need to examine them to see if they need to go further.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay,
Appreciate
you're welcome.
your help.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion and there's a second by Councilmember Maxwell. I don't see any other council members punched up on this item. Any discussion? There being none, any opposition? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Chief. Next, we have 2S as in Sam, and that was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Council President. I know that we had a robust debate about this a couple of council meetings ago. It's back today for an adoption. Today will probably be the last vote one way or another on this item. Several of my colleagues were present during that conversation. I know we do have a new member of the City Council since this was first introduced. So I kind of wanted to discuss this more with Councilmember Vang. Since you are new to this council, I'm sure you could assume what the thoughts of the sponsors are on this item, but I just kind of wanted to let you know some of the concerns I had on this item and maybe see if there are some concerns that we share here and there's a way that we can make this an even stronger piece of legislation. The first thing I want to address on the smoke shop ordinance is that I do share the sentiments of my colleagues who are sponsoring this legislation. I don't contest the fact that there is a higher concentration of smoke shops in certain parts of our city. And I would also like to see an end result, an outcome that has less smoke shops citywide across the city of Fresno. But the part that I take issue with is the conditional use permit requirements and the proposed lottery system for these businesses to continue moving forward. I think good policy shouldn't just have a good outcome. There needs to be procedural justice in the process as well. If I could have somebody probably from planning come up to answer a couple of questions, that would be appreciated. See Philip making his way up here. Good afternoon, Philip.
Good afternoon, Council. Philip Sigris, Planning and Development.
A couple of questions for you, mostly for the public's edification and my new colleague as well. Can you remind me the cost of a conditional use permit?
So the cost of a conditional use permit application is approximately $15,000. That fee is typically for a full conditional use permit. There are some fees for sites that may be located within an inner city area where the base application fee would be a 50% reduction in that fee.
Okay, baseline around $15,000.
Correct.
Okay, and how much time on average would you think it would take a small business owner to obtain a conditional use permit? Somebody that probably doesn't have staff that deals with this kind of stuff. It's mom or pop shops or individual folks who are seeking these conditional use permits.
Would that be to prepare the application material in order to submit the entire process? From submitting, after staff reviews their application, determines that they have the required material, it's a complete application. From when we accept it per our procedures, for establishing just a use, a conditionally permitted use, it's approximately 45 business days. And that would include sending out public notices to surrounding property owners within 1,000 feet of the site. And that's from when we accept their application, process it.
That's once it's been accepted?
Yes, 45 business days.
Where does the money from conditional use permit go? Can anybody speak to that after we collect those $15,000? How those
Sure.
monies are utilized, Director Clark?
Right. So all fees in the master fee schedule that are in planning and development are determined based on actual cost. So the actual staff time, the actual overhead, the actual mailing, notices, hearing times, based upon the historical time it takes to actually process an application.
So using those fees essentially to pay for the process of issuing the permit itself.
Yes, so we strive very hard to have a 100% cost recovery. We're pretty close to that on building and safety. Planning side is about a 60 to 80% cost recovery, so our planning fees do not pay our full cost.
I appreciate that. And if you could remind me, I think, last question for planning today. In the last 10 to 15 years, how many times has the city revoked a conditional use permit because of a violation?
I can speak to that. So in the 12 years that I have been here, we have gone through the full revocation process on 2 applications.
So 2 times the process has been utilized to revoke the CUP for violating terms of the permit.
Correct.
Thank you, Director. Thank
Yep.
you, Philip. Appreciate your time. City Attorney, and some of the comments you provided last time, you estimate that around 60 smoke shops operate within our city without a business license at any given time. Is that correct?
The last number I saw, and it fluctuates from time to time, council member, there are around 170 that are operating within the city that we've identified as smoke shops, and about 88 to 90 of those have business licenses.
Okay. And you expressed concerns about the difficulty in closing down those shops acting without proper licensing, correct?
Correct.
So under this new proposed policy, if none of these establishments that are currently operating without a business license do not get a conditional use permit and continue to operate just as they are today, how does this policy help you and your department address those bad actors that are already existing without licensing?
Do one of you want to come up and answer that question? Name and title. Heather, go ahead.
A lot of things I do with that.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. I'm sorry,
Erica.
could you repeat the question?
Yeah, let me say it over again, Erica. So under this new proposed policy, if none of these, dozens and dozens of smoke shops that are operating without a business license currently are not successful in obtaining a conditional use permit, how does this policy help your department address those bad actors who are currently operating illegally without a license?
If they are currently operating without a license, then that would mean they are in violation, which would mean that the proposed ordinance would deem them as a bad actor, right?
Well, they're already, I think we could deem them bad actors now if they're not operating with a business license.
Right, so if they're deemed a bad actor without a business license, then my understanding is that this would prohibit them from being able to apply for a new COP. That's my
Well, they don't
understanding.
have a CUP now. I'm saying under this proposed policy, let's say any of the existing smoke shops who operate without a license do not obtain a CUP through this lottery system.
Correct.
What does this policy do for your department to allow you to go after these bad actors who are currently operating without the proper license?
Well, it would definitely allow us to focus on the other bad actors, right? They wouldn't be operating, so I mean, it would definitely assist us in our ability to just focus on those who are operating unlawfully.
But in terms of the folks who are currently operating without a license, it sounds like there's not a lot of tools added to the toolkit to allow us to go after those folks in this given policy before us today.
I think I see your point, council member.
I'm just trying to, is that correct? Or is there something I'm missing?
I think that it gives us more tools. Of course, someone can open up a business and not have a business license and not have a CUP. This allows us to, I think, to have the fines in place to go after them. And that's what we've been doing in terms of property owners, and I think that there's a little bit of that.
You've been finding them currently, though, have you not, when you find that they're operating without a business license?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there additional fines under this proposed policy that are going to allow you to come after these folks even harder? I mean, they're already operating without a license. I'm confused here.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Heather Thomas, Deputy City Attorney. There are options for fines for the city under this ordinance. Some of those would include fines for sales to minors, but there are also fines that would allowed to be levied under the master fee schedule for violations of state and city law, especially under the egregious violation section.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we are already issuing fees to these folks, correct?
I would defer to our...
I think City Attorney confirmed. Okay, thank you. That was it. To the sponsors, I know when this item was first introduced, you presented a slide in the presentation that detailed the egregious violations, which was just mentioned, that the city could use to revoke a conditional use permit under your proposed model. And in many of those terms I agree with. You had things like illegal drug activity, prostitution, assault, all very good reasons for revoking a CUP. But in that slide, I also saw things like public urination, graffiti, and illegal parking listed as egregious violations that could be used to revoke a CUP. So I'm just confused because as I understand it, under the proposed ordinance, if I'm a business owner, my CUP could be removed for somebody peeing on my store or stealing from me. And it just seems disingenuous to lump in those acts with seriously egregious issues like I mentioned before. Your slide also mentioned that the list you provided would not apply to third-party conduct. And a lot of the things that you have listed under examples of what would count as egregious violations target specifically third-party conduct, urinating, graffiti, theft. I'm seeing some inconsistencies here that are not quite adding up. I talked about this last time. I'm curious, Councilmember Vang, if you have ever heard of a tobacco retail license process before, if that is something that you've come across. Are you familiar with a tobacco retail license? Specifically, it's something I have recently learned about myself.
I want to thank the council member for the question. I reserve my comment when it's my time. Thank you.
Okay. I know this is a model. This is a model that Clovis uses to regulate tobacco within their city, and have had a lot of success with. They have significantly been able to hold back a lot of the bad actors that have been operating without a license. It allows them to revoke the license of folks who are operating illegally or not in terms with the license they were granted. Costs significantly less than the $15,000 that a small business would have to pay for a conditional use permit. Typically ministerial approved. The money goes towards enforcement and education, which I think is a powerful thing. I know Carbasi and my staff talked to the folks at the city of Clovis, and the money that they were able to collect by issuing these licenses, it didn't just go back to the planning department to pay for the cost of issuing a permit. They were able to use those fees for educating the business owners and using it to go back into enforcement as well. It also allowed the city of Clovis to seize the product for bad actors, anyone without a tobacco retail license. So essentially, if you did not have a tobacco retail license or you were operating out of the terms of your license, government authorities were able to go in and seize the products of your store, which is a pretty big tool in the toolkit, and I think a pretty big incentive for folks to operate within the terms of their license, and if they don't have a license, to get a license, because if they don't, the punishment would be the city going in and seizing the products of your store. So on one hand, we have a proposed policy that will put half of the businesses that have license out of a job overnight. Landlords are on the hook for figuring out how the rent is going to get paid. The policy doesn't do anything to address the bad actors with no license operating currently beyond the tools already at our disposal. It costs a significant amount of money for small business operators. And I believe is heavy-handed in terms of the violations that would result in a CUP revocation. And as Director Clark has mentioned, in the last 12 years, CUP has only been used successfully twice to close down a business in the city of Fresno, versus a tobacco retail license, a proven system in our own backyard that I believe is more fair in the procedural process and not as arbitrary, generates money for education and enforcement, allows city to seize product from bad actors and anyone without a TRL, tobacco retail license. And so I would just urge the council to vote no at this time and allow us more time to come back with a model similar to the one I described. I believe is more fair and more effective. I want to get to the end result that the co-sponsors do as well, which is less concentration, less bad actors. I think there's a better way to do that, though, that doesn't punish our current business owners in the process. Those are my comments, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have punched up Council Member Perea.
Thank you, Council President. For starters, Councilmember Maxwell, I may have missed it, but I do have a question. I too have been looking into a tobacco retail license just to educate myself. It was something that the Fresno County Public Health Department, they've been sending me information about it, that this has started since last year. So I've been doing my homework to read up on this, but I'm curious how would a tobacco retail license be different than a CUP in this specific case?
Several instances. I mean, one, it's significantly cheaper for a small business. Typically, it is not an opportunity for council to add additional conditions as they want, as they see fit. It's more ministerial. Process goes through a lot more quickly. It has the same teeth where it allowed the city to revoke the license for bad operators. The way the city of Clovis operates, it also gives them the ability to seize illegal product for folks who, again, who are not meeting the requirements of their license or who do not have a license.
Okay. So for this specific use, we're talking smoke shops here. So I guess what you're advocating for is to make it easier and more cost-effective to open up establishments that sell tobacco. Is that correct?
No, the idea is that we wouldn't put half of the folks out of business. I think a CUP would do that, whereas I think if you were to go for a tobacco retail license for the existing operators, these are folks already doing business in the city of Fresno, and giving them as an alternative path would be a more fair way of regulating this industry than a CUP and a lottery process would be.
I'm all for having conversations about making a process easier to open up, let's say, a health clinic, an ice cream shop, a new housing development. One thing that I'm not interested in is talking about how to make it easier for more smoke shops to open up, how to make it cheaper for smoke shops to open up at this time.
I would like also to add, I mean, TRL is not something currently required. Right now, a CUP and a TRL is not currently required, so imposing any additional requirements would make it more difficult for a business, not less difficult.
Can I add, Councilmember? I did actually meet with Corporal O'Brien with the Clovis Police Department, who's kind of the brainchild with the implementation of the program. And what they were looking to do, and those are very fair points to make, what they were looking to do was find a way with the existing businesses. Their goal was to stop sales to minors. Now, their tobacco retail license isn't just for smoke shops, it's for all retailers. And what they found in their experience is that the places that were actually selling more to minors were not just smoke shops, but convenience stores. Now, there's more of them, so there's chances those instances will happen. And they actually have buy-in from those, after a while of work, they had buy-in from the interest groups that run those convenience stores. And the whole reason of having a tobacco retail license, it also comes with tools to give law enforcement greater ability and funding to specifically focus on this type of crime, because it's not necessarily a violent crime, but it could lead to violent outcomes for our community. So a $1,000 license is a lot easier for an existing business to implement. They were never looking to proliferate more. They actually wanted to do less. but it allowed them to have the ability to make it easier for existing businesses to opt in, rather than maybe have something that was overburdensome and would just shut some of them down. They found that it actually has reduced the amount of illegal activity. It allows them to go in when they need to go in, and it allows them to seize a lot of product and get it off our streets. And you are punched up next. Are you finished with your comments, Councilmember?
I'll
Okay.
the floor to
Council Vice President.
Arias.
Thank you. I appreciate this thoughtful conversation today. Director, can you, I have a question for you. What is the cost of a city business license? I don't know. Who would know?
It is, generally speaking, there's a $15 license fee, and your business tax is a percentage of your gross receipts. I don't know what the exact percentage is, but, and then I believe it caps at about $65,000 is the most that you would pay. So it's percentage of gross receipts plus $15. I'm about 90% sure on
If
that.
I recall, the business permit for mobile food vendors is $27 a year. So just to get your business permit is that smaller nominal amount, right? Plus your quarterly taxes that you pay. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm looking it up right now on the master fee schedule.
So here's where the record includes the evidence that half of these smoke shops have not even bothered to get a $15 business permit from the city. They have claimed that they generate sales tax revenue, but the evidence is clear that most of their transactions are cash and that the majority of those are engaging in sales of illegal products. So if they're selling marijuana, I'm pretty sure they're not paying taxes on marijuana. If they can't bother themselves to get a $15 business permit from the city of Fresno, we expect them that requiring them to get a $1,000 tobacco tax permit is going to be easier for them. On the CUP, you're fully correct that a CUP does cost more money and takes more time. But a conditional use permit is designed for establishments that are going to create a significant impact to a neighborhood. That's why we require them on grocery stores, on gas stations, on liquor stores, on Costco and Walmarts. And that conditional use permit process allows the city to add additional conditions. For example, if you're going to sell alcohol next to a high school, you got to manage how are you going to manage minors coming into your establishment. If you're going to sell alcohol in a street corner that already has 4 liquor stores, the police department gets to put additional conditions. So the reason as authors we included conditional use permit was to treat them with the same level of parity as other establishments that sell adult items that are controlled substance, which tobacco is. Tobacco is a purported primary product, which is a controlled substance meant for adults. So having a conditional use permit puts them in parity with other establishments of that nature. To your second point, and I have experience in trying to get a conditional use permit revoked, and it takes a long time. But just because you don't revoke the conditional use permit doesn't mean it doesn't have a significant leverage ability and a tool to shut a business down. For example, the city manager and the mayor would know this very well. The 7-Eleven across the street from City Hall. For years, it was generating crime. For years, there's people shooting up drugs, engaging in feces, urinating on a daily and ongoing basis. It was when we initiate the process of revocation of CUP that the landlord finally say, enough is enough. So there is power in the conditional use permit. The other thing I'd point out is, I'm all for looking for who's done this better than we have, but to compare us to Clovis is not the same scale. If we were to impose a tobacco retail license on every tobacco retailer, we're looking at about 800 businesses in the city of Fresno, ranging from Costco to Walmart to Whole Foods and gas stations. The fact is, after 2 years of inspections, Costco is not the one selling marijuana to the public. Walmart is not the one selling tobacco to teenagers. This proposal focuses on the area of problem, which is a self-identified smoke shops that currently have 0 rules, and after 2 years of us working on this policy, after a VM inspection, after re-inspections of their establishments, our code enforcement, police department, attorney general are still finding illegal products in re-inspections in the same places that we just told them 2 months ago they couldn't be selling marijuana and they couldn't be selling tobacco to kids. So, I appreciate that we're trying to, be business friendly, but some of the establishments are no better than your street corner drug dealer. Just because they bother to pay somebody a lease and being a brick and mortar doesn't give them immunity to following the rules that everybody else follows. The proposal that we have before us does take a couple of suggestions that we heard from the council and that were suggested today by my colleague to my left. One, we did agree that we would allow these establishments to sell CBD. That was something that was brought forward. It's a reasonable request. Yes. The second one is, like Clovis, this ordinance would empower code enforcement police department to seize the illegal product. Right now, there's a question on whether we can even seize it. So that takes from the Clovis model. In closing, council, we have, when we all run for office, the one thing I think we all have in common is that we want to leave our neighborhoods, our district, and our city better than we found it. In this case, the smoke shops that have popped up have led to the deterioration of our neighborhoods. They have intentionally set up in concentration. I was mentioning this to Member Maxwell. Last week, the council approved identifying First Avenue as a corridor for new bike lanes to take you from South Fresno to North Fresno with the hope of getting to Woodward Park and the river. If you look at last week's inspections by code enforcement, a cluster of smoke shops on First Street now, all engaging in violations of illegal product sales. Why would we direct thousands of kids on bikes in a corridor where we're allowing smoke shops to go unregulated? So I'd urge my council colleagues, if they want to pursue a tobacco retail tax that imposes new rules on Costco, on Walmart, and on grocery stores, I'm open to the conversation.
Would not apply to this.
Yeah,
But
we're not saying that.
But you referenced Clovis, and Clovis applies it to everyone.
No,
That sells tobacco.
This would be a Fresno model.
Right, so whatever version you'd like to propose, I'm open to the conversation. I invite you to bring it forward. You'll see that I'm open to amendments and changes, but we're not trying to seek perfection. And the last point I'll make is this. You made a reference to a lottery system. Working on this for almost 3 years now, the lottery system was the most fairest and unbiased way to identify somebody that would be eligible for a CUP. Any other way was determined to have some level of biasness that would be imposed by the governing body. So again, we bring this before you. With that, City Attorney, I do want to make a motion and clarify on the record a couple of the changes that the motion would include, but I'll do that whenever the chair tells me it's time for a motion. Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the text amendment as submitted with the following 2 amendments, consistent with finding number 2 to promote and protect the public health and safety of residents in the city. One provision is to add a provision allowing the sale of CBD in smoke shops under the FMC section 15-2761G12A. And secondly, to add a provision vesting the Code Enforcement Department of the City of Fresno and the police department with the authority to seize and destroy illegal flavored tobacco should any be found upon inspection of a violating tobacco retailer to the Fresno Municipal Code section 15-2761G12D as in dog. That's my motion for approval of this item.
Did you get a second? I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, great. Next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Very robust debate so far. I appreciate all the points that are made. Good questions being asked. I will say that if Fresno were to implement a tobacco retail license or a tobacco retail tax, I don't think that's mutually exclusive with the CUP process that we're proposing here today. I think both there's room for both, if that's the will of the council, the will of this legislative body. So I will say that, and I think there's a good chance we discuss that. And it sounds like some folks in the council are already looking into it. I know my office has been looking into it, and to what that might look like, but not as a substitute, but in addition to the policy that we're proposing here today. With respect to some of the arguments kind of made and questions asked, I'll come back to the kind of zooming out, come back to the fundamental point of this legislation, and that is that it establishes a CUP process. The CUP process is critical to the city's ability to be able to flip the off switch on these egregious violators. We have mountains and mountains of evidence that suggest if we had a CUP process right now, there'd be lots of folks shut down already. But ultimately, we lack a final recourse to be able to shut down these smoke shops that are egregious violators. And they continue to harm our neighborhoods. And that's really what this is about fundamentally, is helping to clean up our neighborhoods, make our neighborhoods safer, healthier, better place here all throughout Fresno, whether it's North or South Fresno. And so that's really the fundamental goal, fundamental purpose of what we're doing here. I don't think that the prospect of folks trying to operate without a CUP anyway is really a good excuse to punt this policy. That would be like saying, for instance, even though we have designated, licensed, CUP permitted cannabis shops in Fresno, we know there are still plenty of cannabis being sold in the black market by sellers both big and small throughout the city. And obviously that's something else our city attorney continues to pursue. But just because we know folks are going to try and violate the law anyway does not give us a pass to look the other way and allow these smoke shops to go unabated and continue to harm our neighborhoods. And so that very well may be true. I mean, it is possible that some operators continue to try to operate even without a CUP, the same way they're operating without a license right now. Again, the crux of this policy, though, is that it allows us to flip the off switch with a final recourse of saying you're shut down. And if we had to take it all the way, I assume, just kind of walking through this mentally, maybe the city attorney can confirm, all the way to the judicial system in terms of some kind of court injunction or something of that nature. City attorney, can you opine on that? I mean, if we walk down that path of we have this legislation, we have a CUP process, and you have kind of defiant folks for one reason or the other trying to continue to operate. And obviously, we have the legal recourse to be able to shut them down. If they do not, what is the sort of the extra steps that we could take in that particular case to kind of go back to that situation we were just talking about?
Sure, and I think this goes to Council Member Maxwell's question. And there is an enforcement and an abatement section within this ordinance. And so anybody operating without a CUP would be operating in violation of the law. So we could go to court. And there would be a number of remedies, everything from a court order to an injunction to shut them down. And if they violated that court order, a violation of a court order is obviously a crime. So there are some teeth to this that we don't currently have.
Yeah, and again, that's the crux. The CUP is really the crux. I know we've had throughout our many conversations over the last couple of years with different stakeholders. There were asks and requests to do regulation without a CUP, but any solution that doesn't include a CUP keeps us in the same cycle, chasing our tail, spending a lot of resources, fining and inspecting and fining these different establishments and continuing to have to go back because ultimately they continue to operate. So with the CUP process, I mean, that is the off switch that we need for so many of these establishments that have, not prospectively, I mean, have absolutely, and on the record, violated laws at different levels, municipal, state, and otherwise. And so, again, so as I did a few weeks ago or a month ago or so, whenever we heard this legislation, I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. I know there's some discomfort there, but this is the right thing to do. And without the CUP, we stay in the same cycle that we currently are.
Does that conclude your comments? Thank you, Councilman. So next, I'm up, and after that will be Councilmember Vang. I don't want to relitigate this item. I think I made my comments pretty clear the last time we had a very robust debate. You know, I mean this when I say this. This isn't just some politicians' talk. I really do think that the sponsors, their intent is good. You want to keep minors from being able to access tobacco. I think all of us support that, and we do see the impact smoke shops have had in neighborhoods in all corners of this city. There is no question about that. My concern remains that even with the minor amendments that have been made today, there are still serious issues with this policy, and my opposition is clearly based on policy. I do want to mention the Clovis model because that was actually brought up at the last debate we had by one of the proponents. And in doing research, it's pretty clear the Clovis model is proven and more effective. It's less anti-business, and it also provides more resources for law enforcement, which is really critical. Far more robust when it comes to the mission, and that's stopping tobacco sales to minors, because it holds not just smoke shops, but all tobacco retailers accountable. That's something this action today does not do. You know, and I again, one of my reasons for respecting the wishes of our colleague who isn't here today is I know that Councilmember Richardson, who's right now serving our country in North Africa, was in opposition. He did have a chance to speak up at the last meeting, but you know what? We have a full council today. We have a new council member. It would just be nice to be able to have a full council on this serious policy so we can debate this as a full body. I respect the council's decision. We agree to disagree, we move on. But I think not having him here really does, we're playing this without a full deck of cards. And I do just want to state that for the record. The last thing I'm going to say is we can move forward today. Again, we agree to disagree, and that's fine. I don't know what's going to happen, but my feeling is it may pass. But without any real significant amendments, and because of the impact it's going to have, I plan on bringing forward an item that will keep any of the good points, but mostly repeal and replace this item and have a new policy that mirrors the Clovis model, but specifically for smoke shops. I don't want anyone fearing you and saying we're going to go after all retailers. If we're talking about smoke shops, then we need to be tactical and talk about those groups only. But if we really are committed to stopping the sales of tobacco to minors, kind of like with RNMA where we're talking about single sales of alcohol, then we need to be focused on that and come forward with the best policy. We had the best intentions on the table. I think we can work together on more compromise on something that isn't anti-business but is far more effective and keeps tobacco, whether it's legal or illegal product, away from the hands of our kids. And those are my comments, and I really appreciate the council for the robust debate. Next, we have Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Just a question of procedure. I understand during public comment, the public has 3 minutes to make their comment. Is there a limit as to the council members?
I like that idea.
Well, it's just a question. I'm not going to filibuster this meeting, and so I'm going to make my comments as quick as I can. Thank you very much for the comments by my colleagues to the left and to the right as well. The background on this ordinance as well. I did do my due diligence. I read every page, every word, and every paragraph of what is submitted to me, in addition to the comments I've heard here on the dais that is not included in my package here. And, that the public comments in this packet here really alludes to what I have seen the last couple of months. Even though this ordinance was brought to the council in March, it started in October 2023. And as you know, from July, from January to April, I was out there knocking on doors, and the constituents were very aware of this ordinance as well. And not only that, in the last couple of days, I've had constituents who call my office in terms of their position on this ordinance. So taking into consideration the information that's provided to me through the package, through the conversation on the dais here and from my constituents, I do not take this and every item that comes before me lightly. I understand that this impacts small business, livelihood, impacts them. If they cannot operate their small business, it impacts them and their family directly. That I understand that. And also, I believe I'm the only council member that has 3 high schools in my district: Sanger West, Sunnyside, and Roosevelt High. And as some of you know, before I came here, I sat on the school board for Sanger Unified School District, and I'm sure that the vaping issues that is prevalent at Sanger High and Sanger West is probably the same at Roosevelt High, Sunnyside High, and other high schools here in the city of Fresno. But I read through what I can, and I've heard the comments, and again, to state some of my colleagues' comments, yes, it's a robust, and it should be. It should be a robust debate because it impacts people's lives and impacts, in addition, minors under 18. And so I understand the fact that this is not a full council as of today, but back then in March, it wasn't a full council as well. And so this body decided to go ahead and have the conversation. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation as well. So, the Barstow Barstow McCormick letter, yes, it's included in the package as well. The Planning Commission's recommendation is included in that as well. In the meetings of the people who operate these smoke shops is included in the packet as well. And as I mentioned earlier, the comments from the public is included in here. And I have to weigh the balance and act, understanding the position that I am in, that I am perhaps it's going to be like March, or perhaps it's going to be different, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, I was sent here by the people in District 5 to represent them, and I've heard from my constituents loud and clear with regards to this particular item. And how I got here is how I will honor, at the very least, their concerns as of today. And I welcome opportunities down the road to have conversations and amendments to this as well. But we are here today to deal with this ordinance, and I am ready. And I believe I have enough information to make an informed decision, and I will make that informed decision when the time calls for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang. Next, we have Councilmember Perea.
I'll keep it short. I just wanted to touch real quickly on something that has been mentioned by colleagues and members of the public, which is the issue of grandfathering in smoke shops. We've heard people suggest to grandfather in all existing smoke shops. We've heard people suggest grandfathering in just the ones currently with a business license. City Attorney, out of all the smoke shops you have raided and found illegal products, have any of those had a business license?
Yes.
Okay, so even the ones that have a business license aren't necessarily, we can't necessarily consider those good actors either.
That's correct.
Correct, okay. I have yet to hear a definition of what a good smoke shop is, and so I think naturally a CUP process is something that will weed out the good versus the bad within this industry. So today, I am going to continue to be in support of this. I think it's a much needed public safety, public health, neighborhood revitalization policy. And I'll repeat it, I do think this is a good business policy as well. This is supported by the Fresno Chamber of Commerce. And then the most calls I get about smoke shops are from the neighboring businesses that are located around a smoke shop. So for those reasons, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I will be supporting this ordinance today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I have Council Vice President punched up.
Just the final comments, I can land the plane and give my colleague to my left my carnita burritos so you can take home tonight. I am seriously considering the comments that were made around the Clovis model, but I do want to give some context. Fresno has 800 tobacco retailers. Clovis has 80. Fresno has 170 smoke shops. My Google search found 6 of them in Clovis. The scale is not even close. It's become a full-time job of code enforcement, PD, and Attorney General to track down and inspect and re-inspect. And every time we've inspected and re-inspected, we're finding the same illegal product and illegal activities. And I appreciate that we want to be as much as we can pro-business. This council has invested a lot in small businesses and getting food vendors their licenses, getting them their cards, getting facade improvements for brick and mortar businesses, incentives for big companies to come to the city. But if you're going to engage in illegal sales of products to minors, illegal sales of cannabis, in human trafficking and gambling and everything else, you don't get to call yourself a small business in the city of Fresno. And I think the passage of this ordinance would simply send that message very clearly. I'm open to a broader conversation if my council colleagues bring it forward, and I hope they do, because I think the more clarity and guidance we give our businesses, the better they are all off. And the last point I'll make to Member Pereira's comments, when we look at a smoke shop and the impact they have, the first people they impact is a business right next to them, and it's a neighborhood right next to them. So with that, I'll call for the question.
Okay, I'm just going to make a couple of quick comments. Again, really appreciate the debate. I don't think, what I think the Council Vice President said last time, this is proof that we actually do all this out in front, and it kind of gets uncomfortable, but this is kind of the way democracy works, and that was a great display of democracy. I think Google's broken, though, because the last meeting there were no smoke shops in Clovis, and now there's 6. But I just want to be clear, City Attorney, we've talked a lot about going after the illegal sales of tobacco, especially to minors, and it's very noble. In all your work, did you actually do a survey, or do you know if that's the actual source, or have you included tobacco retailers as well, from a grocery store to a corner liquor store or convenience store? Or is your focus have been so far just on the tobacco smoke shops?
Our focus has been on brick and mortar. We're not looking at suppliers.
No, like a brick and mortar grocery store or a convenience store or corner market that sells tobacco as well as alcohol.
We haven't looked at those locations.
Okay. All right, so this is again just focused on smoke shops, so it's not necessarily going to stop illegal sales at the other businesses. That wouldn't be your department.
This ordinance doesn't affect those other businesses, no.
Okay.
Council President,
yes, sir.
I'd just like to point out,
Please.
when we passed the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, it required annual inspections of anyone who had a conditional use permit for alcohol sales, which covers most gas stations, convenience stores, and those inspections have been taking place. And I have not heard that those convenience store owners are engaging in cannabis sales.
Or illegal tobacco.
Yeah.
I thought that was alcohol, not tobacco. That's why I'm confused.
They do inspection of the whole CUP, not just the alcohol sales.
Okay. I'm sorry, I think we're done, but Councilmember Maxwell's punched up.
If passed today, when would this go into effect, City Attorney? Bless you.
On the last page, 81 of 82, this ordinance shall become effective and in full force and effect at 12:01 a.m. on the 31st day after its final passage.
So, Councilmember Arias, you mentioned you might be open to a different model. Would you be willing to hold off on the implementation of this policy until another one is presented by some other members of this council?
I welcome those council members to bring it forward. Just my experience, when you're doing a text amendment, it takes a year to go through public committees and a year of legal research. So I wouldn't want to hold off addressing the problem of smoke shops, hoping that something else comes forward. But, if you bring something forward and it's better, then I'm sure this body will adopt it.
Thank you.
And, okay, any other, yes,
I
Councilmember Bang.
do. The implementation timeline that I have here is April 27th, 2025. That's the effective date. Can we double check that?
I would say that regardless of, we look at for the date, regardless of whether it becomes effective this week or in a month, I think the amortization period of 18 months is ample time for us to consider. So, I mean, it'll be quite some time before the rubber fully hits the road, if we were to consider something else, I think. So even if it becomes effective right away.
For this decision-making body, but I think my concern is the businesses who don't have ample time to figure out if they need to start transitioning their business model to a new model, whether they need to start setting aside some of their profits to apply for a CUP.
But Councilmember Maxwell, upon approval and effectiveness, these businesses would get 18 months to begin to get ready for, wind down and get ready for CUP. So it's plenty of time for us to consider any alternative proposal that you may bring forward.
I respectfully disagree.
As do I. Okay. Any other debate? Are we ready to vote? Okay, so there
Council President, can I get a 5-minute timeout?
Are you in trouble?
I might be.
5-minute recess. We'll come back at 3:18. back after a 5-minute timeout for the city attorney. I think we've debated this enough, but I believe the council vice president has an amendment to his motion. Is that correct?
Yes, Council President. The legal counsel has advised us that we just need a minor revision. My amendments weren't necessary, so I'm going to revise my motion to simply approve the text amendment as submitted to the City Council on the record and as approved by the Planning Commission without the additional provisions I noted.
And who was the second to that motion? Was it Councilmember Esparza?
I'll accept the revised motion. And for dramatic effect, I'd ask for some kind of roll call or punch-up vote, especially since...
Does the screen work?
Councilmember Vang hasn't told us how he's going to vote.
We don't...
Oh, Mike, the screen works.
Let's just...
Can we do a screen vote?
Yeah, we can screen it, yeah.
Come on, Mike.
We don't usually
give us
screen
excitement.
it. Fine. No, we're just going to do it the way we normally do it. So there's been a motion and a second. Who's in favor?
Aye.
Council President, I think that I've had an outstanding question from Councilmember Vang.
That is
has
correct.
been
I'm
answered.
so sorry.
In the
I
effective
apologize.
Date. Thank you.
Yes, let's get to that first.
Okay, so we don't know the exact date that this becomes effective because the mayor has a 10-day window to potentially veto this item. It's my understanding that the city clerk has 3 days to provide the mayor with that slip, so he usually does it, if I'm not mistaken, immediately. And so it would be either within 10 days, 31 days of that 10-day window, or if the mayor signals that he's not going to veto it, 31 days from that date.
Okay. Does that satisfy your question?
It does. And for the record, the information that I have here states the effective date is April 27th, 2025. But thank you very much for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
And thank you, Councilmember Vang. That's a very important question so the public can be fully aware and that we are transparent. That's a very good point.
And I'm sorry, Council President, and then just one more thing. Vice President Arias mentioned that Planning Commission approved this item. They did not, correct? Okay, just want to make that clarification.
Oh, that's right.
I meant to say my motion is to approve the item as submitted to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I think you did say that. Yeah.
That was the part. Sorry.
Okay. So a motion, a second, amendment made, approved. So apologies. We know who's voting yes. Any opposition? There's one here. Any abstentions?
I agree somewhat with the outcome, not so much the process. I'm going to abstain. Councilmember Karbasi.
Okay. So the motion passes 4 to 1 to 1. Thank you very much. We're on to our last contested consent item. And this is an item that I pulled, item 2U, resolution opposing AB 942, standing united against unfair tariffs. Thank you, Council, for your patience here. I don't normally bring forward items while I talk about state policy, bringing bills in favor or opposed to items, but I don't want to just put my name on a letter as Council President and send it up there without really having a conversation with the council members. I think it's really important that I represent the council's will when I use that title. So I am a non-solar customer, and up until this very moment, I have always regretted not getting on the solar train. But what we have here with this assembly bill called 942, it really pulls a bait and switch on residents and businesses and school districts and especially local governments like Fresno that listened to what the state wanted them to do, installed solar systems at a great cost, and here's what's really important, finance those systems based on the savings that were promised to them during the time we had NEM 1.0 and NEM 2.0. And without selling their home or doing anything that would trigger anything, they are now being required to give up all the savings that NEM 3.0 has already taken away. You know, it's really, really especially insulting to me to know when you look into the history of this item that the author is a former multi-decade representative for Southern California at Edison, worked for the energy companies, and it's being supported perhaps by that utility, but that the bill is supporting to redirect 50 to 75% of those savings that are invested in solar that were supposed to go to the public. There's no guarantee this bill is actually going to move that money to the people they claim that are being disincentivized, that the poor. It really, all it's going to do is put more money into the hands of the energy company, and that just is something that doesn't sit right with me. The argument that non-solar customers are now subsidizing solar customers at greater greater cost without requiring anything specifically that forces that money to go to people that need it the most is a problem. Because there is nothing, again, I want to clarify, that specifies the increased revenue from solar customers would offset the cost for non-solar customers, including cities like Fresno. And it's kind of like this example someone gave me. You know, we go to the grocery store and we buy tomatoes. And one day I say, you know what? I'm going to start growing my tomatoes. Now what we have is the grocery store going to the state saying, hey, that's unfair. They're not buying tomatoes from me. I want you to force them, even though they're not getting tomatoes from me, to pay for them. It's just downright unfair. And the city just last week, I mean, this is amazing. Just last week, we unveiled the largest municipal solar portfolio in the entire country that projects over 20 years a savings of $150 million. And understand why that's important. It doesn't just save our taxpayers money. It also includes our Department of Public Utilities sites. So it actually leads to savings for our ratepayers. And what this bill plans to do is take away those savings, and that's going to directly result in having to charge our customers more money for sewage and water and garbage, and that is just completely unfair. There is no carve-out in this bill for municipal governments or school districts, and this is going to really hurt our city. So, you know, and it also unfairly blames solar customers without pointing out the fact that a lot of these folks were forced, if you want to buy a new home in California, it has to have solar on it. Or it doesn't talk about the fact that solar has done a big part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's the ultimate bait and switch. That's what we have here today, and that's why I felt strongly to bring this forward. I want to hear what my colleagues feel. Now, I did take opportunity to talk to our state lobbyist. I think we approved her contract already. And gave me some good pointers about how to best tactfully move forward, especially if we're looking to reduce the impact to the city and our taxpayers and ratepayers. And there may be a pathway where we actually do hold off on approving this item today and wait till there is an actual independent analysis and we have a chance to do more research. But I do want to send a message loud and clear to Sacramento once again. Thank you for this wonderful gift of making it harder to survive in California. And I want to hear if any of my colleagues have any comments. I have the city manager punched up.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to add, the mayor has sent in a letter in opposition. I think what's really troubling about this is retroactive policymaking. We went out and made a huge investment in solar in our city and financed those projects. And in essence, the way that we're making our finance payments is through our savings and energy costs. So going back after entities have already made decisions and financing decisions and changing the law that would in essence take away those energy savings means that our energy costs are going to go back up and we're going to have to find another way to pay for the cost of the improvements that we've made. So I just, the idea of going back and doing, retroactive policy making is pretty unsettling, and certainly is not a way that policy making should be. Moving forward, I think it's certainly within the prerogative of policymakers to look at things moving forward, to go back and, in essence, penalize people who made decisions based on the law at the time that have serious financial implications is just inherently unfair. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Next, I have punched up Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I'm hearing your concerns. I'm hearing the concerns from the city manager. Council President, did you say that there was an analysis being done? Is that by the LAO?
No, it's not complete yet, so it may be prudent to actually wait till that independent analysis is done to decide how we want to move forward. Now, it is going to committee, and I believe the mayor sent his bill forward, and on that committee, we don't actually have any local electeds on there. So usually those letters are sent out to influence our local electeds that have a voice in that committee. Unfortunately, we have no representation on the Energy Committee. So it kind of does allow us to buy some time if necessary.
Got it. And do we have a timeline on when that analysis might be completed?
Unfortunately, no. We have to just monitor it.
Okay. I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but with that being said, would you be open to tabling this and bringing it back at a later date once we do have that information?
I think that's where we're headed. I mean, I'm pretty passionate about it, but the mayor did send his letter, so I think we can afford to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have punched up Council Vice President and then Councilmember Esparza.
I'm a NIM 3 solar customer as of, I think, 6 months ago, and I still don't fully understand what that means. And as you all know, I do my reading, my homework on these things, and I am struggling to understand what is the root problem that the legislature is trying to solve with this bill. I do recognize the points that were made by the city manager around we took out loans on the expectation that this was a financing structure and the reimbursement structure and the savings structure. So going back completely puts locals in what I would call an unfunded mandate scenario, which none of us have ever supported those things. But I also know enough that in the world of PG&E and electricity, there are some really big industries that get huge subsidies. In our neck of the woods is agriculture. They pay a far cheaper rate than residential users. And I also recognize that new users like myself are paying the full cost of transmitting power back and forth, while some of the early adopters are not paying that cost. It reminds me of the world of EV cars. In the beginning, we all benefited from the carpool lanes. I was one of those benefactors of the carpool lane and the savings of gas. And then the state figured out that with this many EV drivers, they were losing gas revenue. And yet the roads were getting worse because people were driving a lot more miles. So now I pay hundreds of dollars of extra of my registration fee a year for an EV car since I'm not paying into the gas tax. So I know enough to be dangerous, but not enough to engage competently in this debate. So I would love the benefit of more time on it, Council President. But I am with you on if we all agreed on multiple year contracts, which in some cases are decades-long contracts, then we need to, find a way to allow us to honor those, while also ensuring that new adoptees don't pay the full cost of upgrading the infrastructure that transmits solar power to the old adoptees like Councilmember Esparza. So in other words, I should not be paying more money than Councilmember Esparza does when we both have solar. I hope that makes a little bit of confusing sense.
No, it makes sense.
Esparza.
It does. I think what it means to be on NEM 3.0 is, forgive my language, you got screwed over by legislation sponsored by energy companies so they can take away the promise of solar. And I think you made a good point. So, all right, we have one last speaker punched up, and that's Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President, for bringing forward this resolution and kind of forcing the conversation. I think when it comes to the cost of living throughout the state, but particularly here in Fresno and the Valley, energy bills are really top of mind for a lot of residents. I know it's certainly top of mind for many City of Fresno residents. And, I think you did a good job of kind of explaining how this works and what the bill's impact would be. A lot of folks, including sounds like Councilmember Arias, are not really familiar fully with the economics of energy, the economics of solar, and how that all works. But I think you summarized it very well, that folks made investments based on reimbursement projections. They made investments in solar that they didn't have to make in solar. I don't think it matters whether you're a household, whether you're a small business, or whether you're a local government. Folks made decisions based on these projections and these reimbursements, and now those are being cut in half kind of midway through contracts, midway through the time. So instead of it being based on a 20-year rate, that's being cut to 10. So folks who have had their solar for more than 10 years, or businesses or local governments that have had it more than 10 years, will automatically, I believe, revert back to NEM 3 or something of the like, as opposed to their NEM 1 or NEM 2 rates. And that's bothersome to me because this is the same state that's been begging folks to invest in clean energy, go into their own pockets and invest in solar, help produce energy in a state that has a high demand for it, in a region that has a high demand for it with our weather here. And so again, I appreciate that you were able to bring this forward and kind of highlight the disparities. And I know, when it comes to the arguments for the bill, there is a fallacy at best, a greedy lie at worst, perpetuated by investor-owned utilities, that it is solar customers are being subsidized by non-solar customers. That is, again, at best, a fallacy. It's like going to work, right? If you're a resident here in Fresno or wherever, it's like going to work and, your insurance premium goes up at work, and you blame the father of two asthmatic children. It's like they're using health insurance a little more, and so now the rates for everybody who works at the company is going up. It's that kind of fallacy. That's really one of the best analogies that I can think of. And so for this bill to pit solar customers versus non-solar customers is really a shame. Again, when it feels like there's been a push for a very, very long time to ask folks to dip into their pockets and invest in solar, invest in energy, battery storage in order to help clean up our air and here in places like the Valley. And if there really are costs to the energy production, I mean, because again, we're talking, when someone puts solar, or local government puts up solar, or a small business puts up solar, I mean, we're generating energy to the grid that was not there previously. I mean, that is added value. And so when we say there's a subsidy to solar customers, it's not like solar customers are getting free money. I mean, they invested in these panels, and these panels are generating energy, excess energy in some cases, going back to the grid, going back to investor-owned utilities. So really, it's a fallacy. And as you pointed out, even if that is the case, even if you can dig deep into the economics and find that there is some cost, somehow there is some cost to generating more energy to the grid, this bill obviously is not the way. And this bill doesn't have any guarantees that that those dollars go back into the pockets of non-solar customers. And frankly, I mean, whether you're a solar customer or a non-solar customer, I don't think there's a lot of, at this time, a lot of faith or trust in investor-owned utilities, or that they will put that money back towards the bills of non-solar customers. And so again, I think it's a fallacy. And for folks like Councilmember Arias, it's been a very long time since I pulled out the whiteboard. But I'm gonna have to pull out the whiteboard, and class is gonna be in session for just a bit. But before I go to the whiteboard, I just I'll draw another analogy. It's been 3 years since I pulled out the whiteboard. The last time I pulled out the whiteboard was to discuss why it's financially infeasible for the city to do a municipalization of our utilities. So ironically, here we are again discussing a very important issue around energy, around our utilities. I got to pull the whiteboard out again because it's complicated stuff, right? And I want everyone to understand.
Councilmember, can you put up there the $8.5 billion that non-solar customers are subsidizing solar customers for?
That's a number given by the utilities. Are you a lobbyist for them too?
It's a number given to the utilities, by the utilities, sorry. So, again, perhaps there's a figure there, but it's a fallacy to say that it's a subsidy to solar customers when they've invested in those panels and pushing energy back to the grid.
But would it be fair to say that I became a solar customer January of this year? From the age of 20, when I started paying 18, when I started paying my own PG&E bill, to the age of 46, I didn't have solar. In those years, I was paying the full cost of delivery and receiving for power, while those early adopters were not paying that full cost. Is that a fair description?
Well, isn't there a fixed cost that now solar customers are paying that was being advocated for by the energy companies. So they're supposed to pay that cost already on your bill. As
I
of
don't know.
January, CPUC approved that.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
That's why I'm
they're
saying
coming back for more.
I know enough to be dangerous, just not enough to be a utility expert.
Let me back this up. Let me go off of solar for a second. Let me go off energy. Let me take you back all the way to, let's say, 2007, June 2007. What happened in June 2007? We had the first iPhone. George Bush is still president, but we had the first iPhone, the first flimsy iPhone that had like no apps. It cost like $500. It was like 4 gigabytes. Just real travesty. We had the first iPhone in 2007, and to have that, we knew nothing better. I had a Motorola Razr or a Motorola Slipper back then. So, the first 2007 iPhone, major luxury. You were a special person if you had an iPhone in 2007. The next year, fast forward 1 year, you have the second version of the iPhone, 3G, 2008. And what happened? I mean, it stopped being $500 or $1,000. It really didn't. Apple always got their money, but the wireless carriers started subsidizing the phones in exchange for you signing a 2-year contract with them. So they'd pay 75% of the cost of the phone, and in exchange you pay them monthly for 2 years. And we got used to that. That went on for almost a decade, where it's like, all right, every 2 years I'm going to go get a new iPhone for $200, right, flat, plus tax. And it was great. And we saw iPhones and smartphones start to proliferate between 2008 and on. But by 2017, it's time for you to renew get a new phone. It's like, I've had this phone for 2 years. My plan is up. I'm going to go renew and get a new phone. So if it's 2017, you go to your carrier, and they're like, okay, thanks. That'll be $1,200. You're like, what are you talking about? It's always been $200. And guess what? Fast forward from 2008, 2017, iPhones no longer became a luxury. They're a necessity in this 21st century world that we live in, to be able to check your email and have access to different useful apps, and just stay in communication with the world, have the internet at your fingertips, and they know that. They know that it's no longer a luxury. It's now really more of a necessity, and they know you'll pay it, and we do. Since 2017, when we've had to pay the full cost of our iPhones, I don't think the use of smartphones has gone down. We've continued to buy them. They called the bluff, and we did. What did not happen was, halfway through your 2-year contract, it didn't say, okay, we're going to raise the price on you midway. At some point, it wasn't working for them anymore as a model, as a private industry, and they cut it off at a certain point. And going forward, you make the decision. Do you want to continue to buy a smartphone or not buy a smartphone? And I think there's a similar analogy here, where when solar panels first came out, they were considered a major luxury. Nowadays, they're a little more common, a little more accessible than they were. I don't think we've gotten to the point where they're like or every single household has one, but I know a lot of new builds, especially in California, have them. So they are becoming pretty standard. My issue here is that, again, halfway through retroactively, the rug is being pulled out from underneath local governments like ourselves, from underneath households, from underneath small businesses. So I hope that helps answer your question, Councilmember Arias, and just in terms of the analogy, and industries are going to evolve. And frankly, with NEM 3, that was the equivalent of stopping the subsidies of the iPhones. That really was kind of the equivalent. But now we're going there. This bill will take it a step further and kind of retroactively penalizing folks who were promised a certain reimbursement rate for their investment. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Arias? Did I lose you?
Councilmember Maxwell would like you to elaborate that and repeat it in Spanish. But here's where I know M3 is paying the full cost. I see my bill and my transition line cost. But what worries me, Councilmember Esparza, is that ultimately, in the Central Valley, people like my parents don't have solar, and they're paying the full cost. And people like myself and yourself that have solar and have the capital to make that investment could be paying a much far lesser part of our shared, contribution to the network. And so it's somebody has to pay. Ultimately, when new lines have to be installed and the forest lines have to be hardened and the underground lines have to be upgraded, somebody has to pay. And just like when we do utility rate increases, we have to balance out on making sure that everybody pays their fair share. But yeah, I'd love more time on this so I can spend time with some utility experts on what that balance would be. But more importantly, I'm glad I'm not running for state office and have to tackle this 100% of the time. So I congratulate those who are seeking state office to try and tackle this one.
Yeah, well, this has nothing to do with that. This probably doesn't help that case really at all, to be honest. But you're right. Someone is paying. Folks paid and invested. This city organization paid and invested a lot of money into solar panels and batteries, with the understanding, with financial projections in mind that may not come to fruition after all if the rules are changed kind of midway. So with that being said, if the clerk could hand me one of the microphones, I'll try and make my drawings here brief. Mary, would you have me a microphone behind you?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, let's see here. I got an eraser here. So if you're a non-solar customer, it's pretty straightforward. I think you know how this goes. We've all been non-solar customers. You have, again, whether you're a household or a business, or perhaps you're a government. And what's happening is you have the grid, and if you're using power, if you're powering your home, powering your business, powering your government offices, the grid is sending you energy. So you consume energy, and that costs you money. And that money goes, well, not to the grid, but to the monopolist-owned utility grid. And I put $3 signs there, like Google, right? Google has $1 sign or $2 signs. I think every resident in Fresno would agree that your utility bill is usually in the range of $3 signs, not 1 or 2. So this is how it works for non-solar customers. I'm going to erase this and kind of show you what it looks like for solar customers, and again, why the argument for this is really a fallacy. Everybody got that? All right, very straightforward. Everyone knows how this works because most people are non-solar customers. And forgive my handwriting. I've had the same handwriting since I was in preschool. It has not changed. So here, I'm going to draw the sun. The sun is going to be right up here. So we have the sun, we have your, again, whether your household or your small business or your government office, and we have solar panels, not triangle shaped, they are rectangle or squares, roughly. So we have the sun shining, and you've got energy going to the solar panels, so that's generating energy. And so your house, whatever your house, your office, or your business, it's going to soak up kind of the initial amounts, whatever kind of energy it's using. And then whatever it's not using at that time, it will actually send energy to the grid. So you see we have the opposite direction here. So we have energy credits, or sorry, energy credits, we'll call it. So this is excess energy that the building is not using going to the grid. But, I mean, the sun goes down. The sun's up some number of hours for the day. Ultimately, the sun will go down. Your office or your government or your house still has to continue to run on power. And so during those hours, the grid is sending your house energy, just like a non-solar customer. So solar customers also use the grid. We do. And depending whether you sent more energy back to the grid or whether you took more energy from the grid, will determine whether you have money going to the monopolist-owned utility, or if you have a few bucks sent back to you. And so this is, I think, the issue at heart within the bill, is there's a subsidy of energy production. And this was an investment. This is the investment that I'm referring to in my comments.
Can I grade my professor?
No. You asked the question if I lost you. So this is really the issue at hand. These energy credits that are going back as your building produces more energy than it's using, it goes back to the grid. So this is the issue at heart, is the reimbursement. How much is the household or business or government getting back in return for their investment? Again, it's not free money. It's going to anybody. It's an energy credit, right? So if this is the case, if you're actually selling back more power to the grid than you received, then yeah, and in fact, there is a subsidy. But again, that subsidy goes to an investment that was made with those projections in mind, especially, not so much for households, but especially for local governments, where we had very smart people sit down and calculate exactly what we'd be getting back and the value for our taxpayers. But, what do these three things have in common? Household, business, government, it's all people, right? Everybody feels it. If you're a household, you're feeling this crunch of energy bills. If you're a small business, we have had a lot of them folding here in town, and they've cited their high energy costs. And if you're a local government, that's also people. Not us, but the people we represent, people who elected us to be here and be their voice. It's all people, regardless of which of these three we have here. So obviously, Councilmember Carbasi, I also feel very strongly regarding this issue. It's always complicated to discuss, again, the economics of energy and the economics of solar. I think if there is an issue, there really is an issue with respect to, and again, well, we have these panels going up all over buildings and all over our government offices and such. That's a good thing. That's energy that would not have otherwise been generated. It really is. That's a good thing. And if there is somehow, some way, a cost to investor-owned utilities of us generating more energy that we paid for, that we paid to produce, then that should be built in somewhere. But you don't do that by pulling the rug out from underneath government, businesses, and households midway. So that's the lesson. Any questions? City manager, yes, here we go. Say that again? She asked me how I feel about the resolution. I think I've been clear.
Yeah, I think the consensus though is based on.
It's a pretty strong language.
Yeah. So I'll bring this back. That's okay with you, Councilmember.
Well, I forgot to, when I put grid, I forgot to write monopolist owned.
just to underscore that point.
You also forgot to put that you voted against starting our own utility.
Well, you want me to, I'll do that lesson for you again. I'll do that lesson for you again.
Council President, is there a motion?
No, there's no motion. I just want to make one quick statement. I think the consensus is we're going to hold off. But let me put it this way. When you have utilities like Southern California Edison support policies like this or support legislators that worked for them that push policies like this, the people paying the price are their employees, like IBEW workers, because they're the people the public sees. They don't see the corporate executives that put crap like this together. And as the bill, let's be very clear, as is, the bill leads to higher profits for investor-owned utilities. There is no guarantee that the extra income they're going to get goes to non-solar customers, including municipalities. And the city is going to lead to higher costs for local municipalities across the state. And the city shouldn't support policies that pull the rug from under local governments across the state, which finance systems based on calculated savings, which were promised to them by Sacramento. They baited us into green energy, and now they want to switch things around after we've made the investments and we're stuck. That's unfair. So I just want to send a message loud and clear that if a city like Fresno is debating it this much, I think we debated this issue more than any other issue today, then just imagine what other cities are going to do as well. So we're watching. And with that, I don't think there's a motion to move forward, so we're going to move into closed session. City Attorney.
Good afternoon. In closed session today, we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Walker versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, CMG Construction Management versus City of Fresno. Item D is getting continued to the next meeting, May 1st. There will be no reportable items after closed session.